Hello and welcome everybody to the Miami Football Kickoff Show here on RedHawk Radio. I'm your host Bryan Miller, and I will be starting off our game day coverage today on RedHawk Radio to begin an action-filled Saturday. This isn't just any other week though. This is the week RedHawk fans have been circling on the calendar all offseason. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the Victory Bell week against the Cincinnati Bearcats. As of now, Cincinnati is a 3.5-point favorite, and the total is set at 46.5. Game being played here in Oxford at Yager Stadium in front of what should be at least close to a sold-out stadium. Should have 30,086 people there, a little over 30,000. Should be a sellout, should be a really good atmosphere in Oxford. The first time the Cincinnati Bearcats have played in Yager Stadium since 2017. As we all know, as of a couple months ago, maybe like a month and a half ago, this may be one of the last games in this historic series. Just how historic is this? Well, this is the 128th battle for the Victory Bell meeting between the RedHawks and the Bearcats. How have they done? Well, it's tied. 60-7. So this is a pretty critical game historically because someone's going to have to take the lead, as ties, well, no longer a thing in college football, have been for a couple decades. Last meeting last year, a thrilling game. RedHawk victory in overtime, 31-24. That snapped a 16-game losing streak for the RedHawks. And at the time, after Miami beat UC, that was UC's second home loss in 5 seasons. That seems hard to believe. They did suffer a few losses after that at home, but at the time, a very impressive win for Miami. This series first played in 1888. In the first college football game ever in the state of Ohio. This is the 5th most played rivalry in FBS and the oldest non-conference rivalry in the nation. 55 meetings in this series have been decided by 7 points or less, and that is including those 7 ties mentioned earlier, and that very much includes last year's game, a huge victory for the RedHawks. But as I mentioned earlier, this will be the last Victory Bell game in Oxford for the foreseeable future. I'll get into it a little bit more in depth later, but as of now, there are no more scheduled meetings between these two historic programs after the 2026 game at Paycor Stadium. So they're not playing next year. The year after that, the last game on the schedule for these two teams. Starting off for Miami, last year went 11-3, had a fantastic year, won their second MAC championship in the last 5 seasons with a 23-14 victory versus Toledo. Lost 13-9 against Appalachian State. At that game, absolute monsoon. 13 combined fumbles in that game. Seems hard to believe. But this season, RedHawks are 0-1 after a tough 13-6 loss in a defensive slugfest a couple weeks ago at Northwestern at that new temporary facility that they're building right by Lake Michigan. That game started with a pair of field goals in the first half and a couple critical fumbles for Northwestern, notably one at the Miami 1-yard line, honestly inside the 1-yard line. They fumbled it on a QB sneak. Miami got the ball back and was able to run out the clock and bring it to halftime with the teams tied 3-3. But in the second half, Wildcat quarterback Mike Wright gave Northwestern a 10-3 lead on a 13-yard touchdown run in the third quarter. Northwestern added a field goal again in the fourth, extended it to 13-3, and then with 7:28 left in the game, Miami added a field goal. They originally lined up to go for it. It was 4th and 3 at the Northwestern 7. They were able to get the Wildcats to call a timeout, but then Chuck Martin opted to send out the field goal team, make it 13-6. After that, Northwestern missed a 45-yard field goal. Miami, at that point, had 2:56 left to tie up the game or take the lead if they opted to go for two. But Northwestern cornerback Robert Fitzgerald picked off Brett Gabbert with 57 seconds left, and that sealed the deal and won the game for Northwestern. So that's how Miami got here at 0-1. Cincinnati currently 1-1, but first last season, a tough one for the Bearcats, went 3-9 last season, 1-8 in Big 12 conference play their first year as members of the Big 12. Started off good, started off 2-0 and a notable win at Pittsburgh, but then lost 9 of 10 after that. Their only win coming at Houston, which acted as their only conference win of the season last year. Went 2-3 on the road. It was the first season not only in the Big 12, but the new regime of Scott Satterfield, now entering his second season. Previously, Satterfield went 51-24, head coach as alma mater Appalachian State, and his last stop with the Louisville Cardinals went 25-24 in Louisville. This season, the Bearcats 1-1. They beat Towson 38-20 in their first game of the season, and last week, another rivalry game for the Bearcats. They lost to Pittsburgh 28-27 after leading 27-6 late in the third quarter. I believe they were up by 21 with around 4 or 5 minutes left in the third, and Pitt with a massive comeback to win that game. We'll get into it here in our game summary last week for the Bearcats. UC got off to a fast start with a 52-yard touchdown to wide receiver Jamoy Mays in the middle of the first. Then after a 47-yard field goal from Pitt's Ben Sauls, we'll get into him later, UC responded with a 75-yard touchdown drive, ending with a 5-yard touchdown to wide receiver Tony Johnson. That made it 14-3. Second quarter, a lot quieter, just the teams exchanging field goals and winning at halftime with the Bearcats up 17-6. UC started the second half off strong with a 16-yard touchdown pass to Ohio State transfer tight end Joe Royer and a 26-yard field goal from Carter Brown on back-to-back drives. That extended the Bearcat lead to 27-6. And then Pitt started their comeback the next drive with the third quarter ending on an 11-yard touchdown pass to wide receiver Keontae Mumpfield. That made it 27-13. And then Pitt really started to heat up after that. Mumpfield again with another touchdown on a 38-yard catch. That made it 27-19. Pitt decided to go for two, and they did not get it. Pitt's next drive ended in a 56-yard touchdown pass to running back Desmond Reed, who had a monster game for the Panthers. They went for two again, down 27-25. They did not get it. But Pitt's next drive and their last of the day ended in a 35-yard field goal from Ben Sauls with 17 seconds left. Give the Panthers 22 unanswered points, and more importantly, a 1-point lead and win over their rival Bearcats. Going into storylines for today's game. First, it's a whole new world after this game. I mentioned it before, but this will be the last scheduled Victory Bell game in Oxford for the foreseeable future. Started on July 26, 2024, about a month and a half ago, when it was announced that Miami initially announced that they were canceling their trips to Nippert Stadium in the 2025 and 2028 seasons. And then in response to that, UC, Cincinnati, announced that they were canceling their games in Yager in 2027 and 2029. So the game scheduled in 2026 in Paycor Stadium, home of the Cincinnati Bengals, is still on. But after that, there are no scheduled games after then. Although, yesterday, Chad Brindell of the Bearcat Journal on 24/7 Sports said that, quote, this was he tweeted, quote, sources tell Bearcat Journal that UC and Miami are trending towards a plan to continue the Victory Bell in some capacity going forward, likely to be a neutral site type deal every few seasons, end quote. Hopefully, for everyone's sake, for all the fans, this rivalry game continues in some sort of fashion. Just my personal opinion here. If these two games this week and then in a couple seasons from now are the last, then I think we as fans are the biggest losers. Just as a college football world, I mean, obviously you see a lot of changes in conferences and, payments to players, revenue sharing. I think Miami initially canceled this game because they were taking a discount to play UC and continue this rivalry. But at this point, if you want to continue playing at this level in the FBS ranks, you need to maximize the amount of revenue, the amount of money that you're taking in as an athletic department. So unfortunately, that means you can't take a discount from UC anymore, and that probably means you're not going to see many more games here in Oxford. But it's good to see that both of these athletic departments and both these ADs are doing their best and trying to make sure that this game is played at least every few years. I wish it was every season. It should be every season, but it's better than nothing, I guess, even if it's a neutral site game at the Bengals Stadium. Going into storylines for Miami, looking for bragging rights. Miami looking for consecutive wins over the Bearcats for the first time since 2002 and 2003. So quite good seasons for the RedHawks. And looking for their first win over UC in Yager Stadium since 2005. In addition to that, a win today or tomorrow, or I guess today. Sorry, I'm recording this early afternoon on Friday, so you'll be listening to this Saturday morning. So I should say a win today for Miami would be a third straight season with a win over a power conference opponent. 2022, they won at Northwestern. Last year, obviously, they won at UC. That hasn't happened since 1998 through 2000. And in addition to that, it would be another big win for the MAC, the Mid-American Conference, who had a stellar week last week. Obviously, the headliner there, Northern Illinois, going into South Bend and beating the 5th-ranked Fighting Irish and pulling off potentially the biggest upset of the year in South Bend. In addition to that, Bowling Green put a big scare into Penn State last week. Believe they lost by 7, so still a one-possession game. Falcons looked very impressive in that game. Miami looking to fly the flag yet again for the MAC. And one thing I see in all three of these teams, they're old. And I mean that in a good way. Old and experienced. Miami has 74% of its production returning this season. That's 9th in FBS. So a lot of experienced players that have been here before. They're not going to be afraid of the moment, afraid of the bright lights and the spotlight. We'll see if that results in a win today by Miami. Storylines for Cincinnati. First, this is just a much-needed win for Scott Satterfield and the Bearcat football program. You see, they haven't won a ton of games with Satterfield as the coach, and at some point, the fans need to see some sort of results, especially going into the Big 12, and that they don't want to fall too far behind. UC have lost their most recent games against Pitt, Miami, West Virginia, UCF, and Louisville, arguably UC's 5 biggest rivals. And all of those have come with Satterfield as the coach, besides the Louisville game, where there's an interesting situation when he left Louisville to become the coach of Cincinnati and did not coach that game. So probably a smart move by Satterfield there. Satterfield also 0-3 versus Kentucky when he was at Louisville. So a bit of a history there and not performing their best in the biggest games, in the rivalry games. I know, a lot of fan bases, that's a big deal, as it should be. And UC fans starting to get a little impatient there. A win this week would definitely calm their nerves a little bit about Satterfield. Second storyline, in with the new, a lot of player movement with the Bearcats. Brought in 19 transfers this offseason, 30 players transferring out per on 3. An interesting story here. One of those transfers is Mekhi Miller, player in the secondary, listed as the star position on the UC depth chart and website. Started his career at Miami for, I believe, 3 seasons, and then transferred to New Mexico State for 2 years and spending his 6th and final season as a member of the Cincinnati Bearcats. While speaking on that defense, UC, with their last storyline here, has a new defensive coordinator, Tyson Veit, previously the linebackers coach at Iowa State. Named the National Linebacker Coach of the Year in 2017, nominee for the Broyles Award in 2018 given to the top assistant coach in college football. He's bringing a new scheme, 3-3-5, typically not seen in the MAC. Chuck Martin did mention that in his press conference that Kent State ran it 4 times when Sean Lewis was there. It was a couple seasons ago. But yeah, 3-3-5, typically not seen in the MAC, typically more traditional 3-4 or 4-3 defenses. So an interesting and new look for the Red Hawk offense. Moving on to players to watch, starting with the Bearcats and their new quarterback, Brendan Sorsby, a sophomore from Denton, Texas, previously at Indiana, threw for 1,587 passing yards, 15 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions last year with the Hoosiers. Also had 286 rushing yards and 4 rushing touchdowns. And so far, in his new home in Cincinnati, Sorsby has been doing a pretty good job. 681 passing yards. That is 8th in FBS entering this week. 5 touchdown passes thrown and no interceptions on the young season for Sorsby. It's 63.8% completion percentage. Pretty good, considering how often the Bearcats go deep, as we saw last week against Pitt. Moving on to running back, Corey Kiner, 5'10", 210-pound senior from Cincinnati, Ohio, Roger Bacon High School. Named Mr. Football in Ohio after the 2020 season. Transferred to UC in 2022 after spending his freshman season at LSU. Ran for 1,047 yards and 5 touchdowns last season, but didn't have his best game of the season against Miami last year. Ran only for 31 yards on 14 carries, but did add a touchdown. Last week, Kiner had a huge game against Pitt, ran for 149 yards on 20 carries last week, so that will be a main focus on the Red Hawk defense. Moving on to receiver Xavier Henderson, 6'3", 200-pound senior from Miami, Florida. Transferred to UC last season after spending 3 years at University of Florida. Gator turned into a Bearcat. Last year, Henderson had 782 yards on 58 receptions and 3 touchdowns. Last week, another good game for Henderson. Had 80 yards on 5 receptions. And moving on to the defense, probably the best player on the Bearcat roster, Dante Corleone, 6'1", 320-pound junior from Cincinnati, Ohio, Coleraine High School. He's known as the Godfather. One of the best defensive tackles in the country, named to preseason All Big 12 team and was on the first team All Big 12 last year. But as I'm sure many of you have seen, he was held out for most of fall camp and the beginning of this season due to blood clots in his lungs. But luckily for fans of college football and especially Bearcat fans, he was cleared to play and made his debut last week against Pitt, where he had 6 tackles, 1 sack, and 1 tackle for loss against the Panthers. So it looks like he hasn't really missed a beat at all. That's going to be a big focus for the Red Hawk offensive line. Moving on to players to watch for the Red Hawks, beginning with quarterback Brett Gabbert. Obviously had a horrific leg injury last year, but able to come back this season. Chuck Martin mentioned in his press conference when he asked Gabbert how he felt. Gabbert said he felt a little bit rusty to start off, but after getting hit for the first time in the game, after a couple drives, it started to wear off a little bit. Last year, Gabbert rushed for 75 yards, which is his career high, against the Bearcats last season. At running back, I'm keeping my eye out for Jordan Brunson Jr. from Georgia. He led the Red Hawks with 8 carries last week and 33 yards against the Wildcats. And he started to pick up more carries as the game went on. We'll still, I'm guessing, see a committee with the running backs for Miami But I would expect Jordan Brunson to lead that committee for the RedHawks. Moving on to Cade McDonald, the receiver, redshirt senior from Naperville, Illinois, previously at Michigan State, second season with the RedHawks. Someone needed to step up in the receiving room with the loss of Gage Laverdane, and McDonald really filled that role. Had a career high against Northwestern, 105 yards. 59 of those yards came after the catch. It's a very good story up on the Miami RedHawk website about Cade McDonald. In it, Chuck Martin says, quote, "A lot of the short passes we throw, the runs after catches, he's really a tailback playing receiver. He has that skill set. That's why he's so good at the two things he does, be catching and running the ball." A very good week against Northwestern. We'll see if he's able to do it again against the Bearcats. And on the defensive end, linebacker Matt Salopek, obviously the MAC Defensive Player of the Year last season, 144 tackles. That's third in the country. And he got off to a strong start against Northwestern, added 10 tackles in that game, and also recovered a fumble. Moving on to the injury report. First for the Bearcats, the safety Josh Minkins was mentioned in Satterfield's press conference. Unsure what his status is going into this game. I will add, I do not believe the Big 12 has an injury report before games. I know the MAC does. They added that this season. We're starting to see that more often in college football. I personally would like to see every conference and every team have that. I think that's much needed, but I don't believe the Big 12 has that injury report. And also the quarterback, Brendan Sorsby, twisted his ankle in last week's game. In his press conference, Satterfield said that had some impact in the second half, but when Sorsby was asked about it after that, he said he didn't really have any effect on it. He didn't feel much. So we'll see if he still has the same rushing capabilities or if that hampers him at all against the RedHawks. And on the Miami side of things, no new injuries as far as I know, as far as I've seen, but running back Kenny Tracy out for the Northwestern game. He is out for the season. Moving on to keys to the game, beginning with Cincinnati. My first one, probably the biggest one, keep your foot on the gas. UC only got 2 first downs in the fourth quarter, and Corey Kiner had a great game but only had 3 rushing attempts. Satterfield, in his press conference, he mentioned that he probably should have given Kiner more touches in the fourth quarter, but he added the situation wasn't necessarily optimal for it. Satterfield also mentioned the importance of tackling and keeping plays in front of the defense, limiting the big plays and not letting the receivers get behind you. Moving on to the battle in the trenches, beginning with the RedHawk O-line versus Bearcat D-line. Miami, very experienced offensive line, 4 of 5 starters returning. Those 4 starters combined for 106 yards, including all 14 games last season, but didn't have their best game against Northwestern, allowed some pressures and 4 sacks. It will be another challenge this week facing the Godfather, Dante Corleone, and the rest of that Bearcat D-line. But they are playing at home, so you do have that advantage as well. On the other side, the UC O-line versus RedHawk D-line, Miami had 35 sacks last season, which is first in the MAC and 26th in the country, but didn't get any in the loss at Northwestern. They'll be facing a UC O-line led by guard Luke Kandra, who is named to the preseason All-Big 12 team and was a third-team All-American last season. Another Cincinnati product, locally made, went to Elder High School. But UC did allow 3 sacks last week against Pitt. Miami will need to get to Sorsby, get some sacks in order to stay in this game. And last key to the game for UC, fixing the red zone woes. I'll get into this for Miami. Both teams struggled in the red zone last week. For UC, it was a bit of a struggle all last season. In the game against Miami, they went 1 for 5 scoring touchdowns in the red zone. Satterfield mentioned that in his press conference. He said, quote, "Touchdowns are huge. It was obviously a big part of last year. Just got finished watching it again. It's not fun to watch, not being able to get in the end zone. He added, quote, "We were down there several times. They're good. They're stingy. Once they get down there, obviously, watching all the games from last year, they're there like that against most teams. We have to do a great job. We have to get a great plan together. We have to execute that plan on game day." So we'll see if UC is able to fix those red zone issues and turn those threes into sevens. First key to the game for Miami. I'm interested to see how fast the RedHawks go. Pitt has adjusted their offense quite a bit, went from one of the slowest teams in college football to now one of the fastest after getting their offensive coordinator from Western Carolina. Last week, Pitt ran a play every 20.2 seconds on offense. How quick is that? Well, it's the fourth quickest in the country, and it looked like it gave UC some trouble, and it definitely allowed Pitt to complete that 21-point comeback in that short of a time span. Miami, they averaged 26.4 seconds in between plays against Northwestern. It's about middle of the pack, 58th in FBS. I'm interested to see if Miami will look to go quicker, especially after big plays and first downs. Next for Miami, mentioned it with UC, also applies for the RedHawks finishing drives. Miami reached midfield or opposing territory on 6 of 10 drives against Northwestern, but that didn't result in any touchdowns and only ended with 6 points on the scoreboard. Miami will have to finish drives and turn threes into sevens in order to keep the victory bell. That also means not turning the ball over, as the RedHawks had 2 costly INTs a couple of weeks ago. That was something that Chuck Martin mentioned in his press conference, being able to finish drives and not settle for field goals, but try to score touchdowns. That brings me to my last key to the game, take the game. I really want to see Miami play more aggressive in this game. Last year's game, they were much more explosive. They had 9 plays of 10-plus yards. I'm interested to see if Miami will look to push the ball down the field or if they'll rely on the shorter passing attack that they had last game against Northwestern, how often they decided to take shots down the field. In his presser last week, Chuck Martin also said he started to rethink his decision to be more aggressive before halftime. That was when they had a couple minutes left with the drive starting at their own 1-yard line. They decided to get a couple runs, get a couple first downs, and decided to kneel it out. I believe they were around their own 35 or 40. So they decided to kneel it out. He said he did that because they were getting the ball to start off the second half. But he said he's rethought that decision a little bit and may look to play more aggressively. He also said they wish that he opened up the offense earlier, added, "That's when they're at their best," with a 6-year quarterback in Brett Gabbert and not putting yourself in obvious passing situations where you might be prone to interceptions, as we saw at the end of the game. Well, that wraps up everything that I have here. Should be another good one in the latest battle for the victory bell between the Bearcats and RedHawks. After this, we will go to our pregame show, and then after that is game time for yet another edition of the Victory Bell between the Cincinnati Bearcats and Miami RedHawks. I have been your host, Bryan Miller, wishing you a safe and wonderful game day today. Keep listening on Red Hawk Radio.
your transportation needs, including high school and collegiate sports travel, corporate outings, or city tours. To get there safely and in style, call Crown Charter or visit them at crowncharter.net. Crown Charter, they're ready to go. Are you?
We should. Good morning and welcome to Yager Stadium. The Miami RedHawks football team is back. The 2024 campaign just here for the home opener versus the regional rivals, the Cincinnati Bearcats. My name is Andrew Relvas, joined alongside Jeff Middleton, 128th playing of the Battlefield Victory Bell. Jeff, how do you feel to be back here?
Man, this vibe is incredible. I mean, this is not the first football game I've been to, but one of the first football games here that I've been to that's felt like this. There's so much atmosphere. You have all the frat tents over on the right side of us. They're all, I mean, it's just packed. And I'm super excited to see what this crowd looks like as we go forward.
On RedHawk game days. But on game days and every day, we do so responsibly. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 and over.
That's weird.
Join Scoops Kids Club, presented by Ohio's 529 plan. The 2024-25 package offers
Cut out. Hey, look, our mic's just like cut out.
Visit MiamiRedHawks.com.
We'll test.
Yeah, that was like perfect time.
Say, damn it. Check now. We're going to.
Maybe you bumped it, you might have for a second, but.
Why is this unmuted?
Sorry.
his numbers are a little bit kind of smaller, but not as, still super big guy and strong in the passing game.
On the defense, the Bearcats led. On the defense, the Bearcats once again led by the top D tackler in the nation, Dante Corleone. His nickname, Jeff the Godfather. This guy is a beast.
Yeah, I mean, and they're going to need their defense today. They're 114th run defense in the nation right now, so, not the start that they want, but still, threatening with those kind of names. I mean, it's going to be a battle of defenses for sure. Miami looking to stuff the long ball from Sorsby, and Cincinnati attempting to stuff any kind of thing in the air from Gabbert. So we'll see how the Cincinnati defense really fares here with this away crowd, see how they start. Especially we'll see in the first couple of minutes how both teams kind of find their way. But yeah, the defenses for both of these teams going to be absolutely crucial today.
Now, Jeff, this is obviously a very important game for both these teams. Cincinnati and Miami both wanted to win this game so badly. Give me some keys to the games for the RedHawks. How can they take down these Cincinnati Bearcats?
Yeah, I mean, for Miami, it's all about limiting the big plays. Like we mentioned, Sorsby's arm is fantastic. Had a bunch of big plays against Pitt last week. And last time out against Cincinnati last year, 9 plays of 10-plus yards in the win last year. So they're going to need their big plays of their own to match Cincinnati's big plays if they do get it. And they need the newcomers to step up. We mentioned it a little bit before, but they have a lot of new names starting, and they need those guys to really step up and perform for this home crowd. And that's one of my third key to the game for these RedHawks is perform for this crowd. It's the last time that these two teams are going to square off at Yager Stadium for the foreseeable future. So give the home fans what they want and provide a win. Give them some good football to watch.
Jeff, what's your score prediction for this one? Going to be a fun one, back and forth. I expect it to be semi-high scoring. What's your score prediction for the Bearcats versus the RedHawks?
Good question, Andrew. I was thinking about this. I'm going to go. Let's go 35, or let's go. I like 30-27 Miami. It's gonna be close. It's a lot, but I really do like. I think that this atmosphere is going to provide the RedHawks offense a lot. The Bearcats offense is going to want to shut down the home crowd. Defense, is a big key, and obviously my prediction is a high-scoring game. But I think that I think 3 to 7 points is kind of the margin where I'd like to sit for this game.
I'm going to go 24-21 Miami. A little bit less scoring than you, but still
fair.
A tight one.
Yeah.
24-21 Miami pulls it off. Game-winning kick from Dom Jobin. Should be a fun one, though. I expect, it to start out fast, but kind of stutter a little bit, especially offensively. But still, two great defenses, two great teams. This is going to be a fun one here at Yager Stadium. That's going to do it for our Red Hawk Radio pregame show. My name is Andrew Relvas, joined alongside Jeff Middleton. We will hand it over to our broadcasters, Addison Lenhart and Luke West Poley, for the 128th playing of the Battle for the Victory Bell, Miami versus Cincinnati. Stay with us. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio.
It may be the swan song on one of the nation's longest running rivalries, Miami and Cincinnati, meeting for the second to last scheduled meeting ever in this historic battle for the victory bell. RedHawks and Bearcats for the 128th time here from a packed Yager Stadium at the biggest game here in Oxford in about 20 years. Alongside Addison, Lenhart, Luke West, Poley with you. So glad that you are with us. Cincinnati 1-1 on the year, coming off their first loss since the early 2000s against the Miami RedHawks in dramatic fashion a season ago. Miami re-evened the series after a 16-game losing streak, and this is a deeply personal rivalry to these RedHawks, who will look to retake the series lead in front of a packed Yager Stadium crowd here today. Cincinnati in the white tops, black helmets, and black bottoms. Miami in the red uniforms with white bottoms and white helmets. RedHawks won the toss and elected to receive. And the ball is on the tee. It is kicked away from right to left by the Bearcats, and off we go in the battle for the victory bell. Received by Kevin Davis on the near side of his own 3-yard line, spinning off a tackle, but he's bottled up inside the 20-yard line, and Miami will start at the 17 following the return from the goal line by Kevin Davis. Ked Willis on the stop for Cincinnati on special teams, and out comes the Miami offense, led by sixth-year quarterback Brett Gabbert. This crew mustered just 6 points despite getting into plus territory 6 times in week 1 against Northwestern, and Miami will start it from the gun. Gabbert has a man to his right, 2 receivers either side. Clapson gets the snap back to throw, screen to the far side, pass complete. Cade McDonald outside the numbers, rumbling forward to the 25, and he is crashed out of bounds at about the 26-yard line. It's a pickup of 9 for Cade McDonald, who had a day last time out, career highs in catches and yards against Northwestern.
Yeah, one of the most consistent weapons offensively in week 1 for Miami. The matchup I'm watching, however, is the matchup between Miami's offensive line and Dante Corleone on that UC defensive line, one of the best defensive tackles in the Big 12. Miami struggled to establish the run game against Northwestern. It could be huge in this game.
They'll pass again, this time to the near side screen to McDonald, juking across the 30-yard line. He's upended at the 32, but it's a pickup of about 6 yards on 2nd and 1, and the RedHawks will move the chains and go with the hurry up here as Miami will gather at around their own 27-yard line. Ball at the 33, that's already 2 catches for McDonald, 15 in white. The Michigan State transfer in his 2nd year with the RedHawks has a couple. Gabbert now empty set. Lone man to the right is Javon Tracy, short side of the field, 3 men left. Gabbert claps once and now looks far side. He brings a man in motion. That's Reggie Virgil, who will now move into the backfield. Gabbert gets the snap, looking near side. Now he'll throw over the middle, pass complete to Tracy, dodging a tackle. Tracy moving across the field to the far side. It's Javon Tracy into UC territory, and he is spun down at the Bearcat 31. Javon Tracy, who had a huge catch last year against the Bearcats in his coming out party. A touchdown on 3rd and long, just 1 reception against Northwestern. That's a huge pickup all the way to the Bearcat 30-yard line, 43-yard gain, and it's a Miami first down.
The RedHawks really struggled to generate any sort of explosive plays down the field against Northwestern. Tracy just spinning out after that little hitch route, had plenty of space and was able to get a huge gain for the Miami offense.
They could rather 37 yards on the catch. This handoff goes up the middle now for Downing, and he makes his way forward, pushing with the second effort down to the Bearcat 22. And that will be a gain of 8 on first down for Dylan Downing, the Purdue transfer. 3 attempts for 14 yards in his RedHawk debut in week 1. Miami's got 2nd and 2, ball on the left hash of the UC 22-yard line.
This is a UC program throughout their history that's really relied on their defense, but last week against Pitt, a 21-point lead that they surrendered in the 4th quarter. Miami, you got to think that that really factored in their decision to take the ball after winning the toss in this one.
RedHawks trying to snap it, but they'll have to wait now, and Chuck Martin's got to call timeout. Miami subbed late. Andre Johnson came off the sideline, and Chuck Martin is irate with his transfer receiver from Arizona State. Play clock was winding under 10, and Johnson came on late, but that meant Cincinnati had a chance to sub as well, and smartly the Bearcats did so in as slow of a way as possible to try and force a delay of game. Instead, Chuck Martin will try and keep his momentum going, avoid going backwards, and call his first timeout, a 30-second timeout, with 12:26 to go here, opening quarter. No score between Miami and Cincinnati, opening drive in the battle for the victory bell. Miami lost 16 of these games in a row. RedHawks won last year in dramatic fashion in overtime. Yassine McKee blocked a game-winning field goal right before time expired in regulation, and then came up with the game-winning interception on 4th and goal in the overtime period to lift the RedHawks. Brett Gabbert was brilliant in that game last season. 12 for 20, 237 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Miami back out on offense. 2 men right, nobody left with a tight end stacked right side of the line. Gabbert gets the snap and hands it off. Keon Mosey bouncing it left, shuffling his feet and leaning forward near the sticks. We'll see where they mark him. It's very close. It looks like they will give him just inside the 21, but not quite enough. 3rd down and inches will result for the RedHawks from the Bearcat 21. Keon Mosey, 6 attempts for 13 yards in week 1. Miami mostly used Mosey as he was at the top of the depth chart. However, among the running backs, the most touches came from Kevin Davis, who also got going in the receiving game as the slot guy as well. 3rd down and 1 here for the RedHawks. Miami in week 1, 36%. They'll fake the handoff. Gabbert back to throw, facing pressure, airs it out over the middle into double coverage. It's intercepted. In the end zone, he was looking for Cold Iron, the tight end, and the pass is picked off.
Cincinnati sent a little pressure on that play, got in the face of Gabbert, and I think delayed that throw. They had Cold Iron over the middle earlier on in that play, and then Cincinnati was able to recover on the back end and make a great play on the ball. Gabbert just kind of floated it up there and gave Cincinnati plenty of time to diagnose that pass and make a play on it, and that is a huge turnover. Miami getting deep into Cincinnati territory with a chance to put some points on the board on the first drive, and they were unable to come through.
It was Derek Canteen, the transfer from North Texas, defended 3 passes so far this year, 2nd on the team, one of the captains on defense for the Bearcats. Picks up the big interception, and now the Bearcat offense starting from their own 20-yard line. Sorsby on 1st and 10, fakes the run, throws far side, it's complete. And outside the numbers, finally swung down Tony Johnson, the FAU transfer, right around the 30-yard line. That's what they'll give him. It's a gain of 10, and that'll move the chains.
Something to watch offensively for Cincinnati in this game. Miami defensively really struggled against the design quarterback run in week 1 against Northwestern. Mike Wright really gave them a lot of issues. Sorsby's got some mobility and athleticism. Cincinnati might look to take advantage of that in this game.
Indiana transfer out of the pistol, will hand it off left side on 1st and 10. And to the left goes Evan Pryor before he's smashed down on the left hash at the 35-yard line. Ty Wise, all-MAC selection last year, in on the tackle for Miami after the 5-yard gain. Evan Pryor, the Ohio State transfer, coming in to be the RB2 behind returning All-American and Cincinnati native Corey Kiner. Picks up 5 on 1st down. 2nd and 5, ball on the Cincinnati 35-yard line on the left hash. Brendan Sorsby, the redshirt sophomore, who transferred in after starting at Indiana, has 3 men to the left, nobody out right in the pistol formation with Kiner 2 yards behind him. Gets the snap, the handoff right, goes to Kiner. Kiner getting around the edge, now outside the 40. Corey Kiner is finally pushed out of bounds at the 47-yard line. It's a gain of 12 for the All-American running back Corey Kiner. 1,000-yard rusher last season, 20th Bearcat ever to do that. And he makes it 1st down. Bearcats up to the 47 on their own side of the field. Clock moving as we cross under 10 minutes to go, opening quarter, and no score in the battle for the victory bell. Sorsby out of the pistol, twins left, Island out on the right is Evan Prater. Gets the snap and fakes the handoff, now has time to throw, stepping and firing down the middle, nobody there. There were 3 receivers kind of spotted on the hashes there for the Bearcats, and Sorsby just threw it between all of them. See who they officially mark as the intended target of that on just a misfire from Sorsby. Incomplete. 2nd and 10 for the Bearcat 47.
Yeah, that's something that Miami did really well against Northwestern, was cover on the back end. That was Rayon Strader on the coverage there, just blanketing his receiver.
It was intended for Xavier Henderson, and Strader, the freshman All-American, returning to these RedHawks. Had a big game last year, gets the stop. On second down, handoff to Kiner, breaks the initial tackler, but now he's swarmed. Walters stacks him up for Miami right at midfield. Kiner leaned forward, then shoved back at the 49 of Miami. He gets across midfield. Walters along with Oscar McWood credited for the stop for Miami. It's a third down for the Bearcats. They'll need 6 to the line to gain from the Miami 49-yard line. Bearcats in the first 2 weeks, 46% on third down. That's top 5 in the Big 12. Sorsby's got 2 receivers either side, and Pryor in the backfield out of the shotgun. Claps his hands once, faces his hips toward the sideline, and barks orders at the offensive line. Play clock at 5, moving closer, still out of the gun. Now he takes the snap. RedHawks rush 5. Throw over the middle is broken up. Incomplete down the middle. Looking for Joe Royer, the tight end, at the 40-yard line of Miami. That pass was knocked away, and the RedHawks will force a decision here for Scott Satterfield. It looks like he's going to punt.
And that was a great job by Eli Blakey to work his way back to the ball and time up that pass breakup beautifully. If he gets there too early, it's pass interference, but he arrives at the perfect time and is able to knock it free for the incompletion.
4th and 6, and on comes Mason Fletcher, the big 6'7" Aussie, who was a Ray Guy finalist back in 2022 and the former American Athletic Conference Special Teams Player of the Year. Cade McDonald waiting at his own 11-yard line. Snap came back as the play clock was running down, and a flag is in, and Cincinnati will get charged for delay of game. Now, if you're a Red Hawk fan, you're cheering at this moment, but not the worst thing in the world to maybe give a little room potentially to a guy who's got a booming leg like Fletcher for a potential coffin corner punt. That will allow McDonald, though, to move back inside the hashes. And now standing at around the 14-yard line. Fletcher averaged just under 50 yards on the season so far. Gets a clean snap back. Redhawks do not rush many. Kick is over the head of McDonald. It bounces on the goal line and will flutter into the end zone for a touchback. 8:44 to go, opening quarter. Both teams have got the chains moving a couple times, but Miami an end zone interception. Red Hawk defense gets a huge stop on that latest series. Miami will have the ball back from their own 20-yard line when we return. With 8:44 left in this first quarter, we'll step aside. Scoreless between Miami and Cincinnati. You're listening to the Battle for the Victory Bell. It's 128th edition on Red Hawk Radio. Don't go anywhere. Red Hawk offense set to retake the field. 8:44 to go, opening quarter. Miami will start after the touchback from their own 20-yard line. Defense forces a punt, no score between the Red Hawks and the Bearcats in the battle for the victory bell, and Yager Stadium is packed to the brim. Still big crowds filing in. Stands are almost all the way full and surely will be in about 15-20 minutes time as we get further into this one. Miami threw an end zone interception with the ball on the edge of the red zone. Cincinnati responded by driving to midfield before their drive stalled. And now the RedHawks will have it back as Brett Gabbert's out of the gun. Ball inside the right hash and two receivers either side. Handoff down the left side goes Keon Mosey. He meets resistance right away and maybe got a half yard right out to the 20-yard line. It'll officially go for no gain. A whole wave of white jerseys stood him up there. And as we cross under 8.5 to go in this opening quarter, and no score between Miami and Cincinnati, RedHawks will face a 2nd and 10.
We talked about it a little bit earlier, but Miami really struggled on the ground against Northwestern, running in between the tackles. Dylan Downing earlier in that first drive broke a one for a little bit of a chunk play, but Miami's going to need more of those against the Cincinnati defense so that they can start to push the ball down the field.
Gabbert back to pass, swings it out to Downing, the running back out of the backfield, dodges the initial tackler, and dives forward outside the 25 to the 27, tiptoeing up the sideline. Dylan Downing showing some escapability there, former Indiana state champ at Carmel High School. A big ad for this Miami team from Purdue. 8-yard gain sets up a manageable 3rd and 2 from the Red Hawk 28.
Yeah, Downing runs with great balance there. Had a man right in front of him in open field. And what separates you as a running back at this level is whether or not you're able to make those guys miss, and Downing has done that a few times early on in this game.
Two receivers right, nobody out left to the short side for Gabbert, out of the shotgun on 3rd and 2. He's got a back to his right. That's Downing again. Gabbert gets the snap, hands it to Downing. He gets hit in the backfield. Downing fighting through, but he's going to get bottled for a loss. Pile up on the Red Hawk 26-yard line. Cincinnati pushes Dylan Downing back, meeting him immediately. It's a loss of 2, and the RedHawks will have to boot this one away. Jonathan Thompson, the linebacker who had a red zone sack last week, first of his career, gets into the backfield for his 2nd tackle for loss this season. On comes Alec Bevelheimer for Miami to punt this away.
Just kind of a breakdown on the offensive line there from Miami. Thompson was able to come in essentially untouched and met Downing right behind the line to make that play.
Tyan Smith, the redshirt senior, back to receive this punt. It is a spiraling sideways kick that is received by Smith. Dodges the first 2 tacklers outside the numbers across the 35, but the pile meets him there. Maybe got a yard or 2 compared to where he caught the ball, but a potentially dangerous catch there for Tyan Smith, who was listed on the top of the depth chart. However, that's his first return of the season. The redshirt freshman Michael Massari from Kings High School in Cincinnati was normally the return man for the Bearcats. He is good to go this week, listed on the depth chart, but Smith gets the call. And at least for Cincinnati, gets a couple yards, most importantly holds on to the football. Bearcats will get it back with 6:25 to go in this opening quarter. And we are still scoreless, with the Bearcats getting it on their own 37-yard line for their 2nd offensive drive of this game. Reached a media timeout. We'll stay here for it from Yager Stadium, just marveling at the stands here. We knew it was going to be crowded. The question was just how much. It was announced as a sellout a couple days ago. In addition to that announcement, Miami Athletics also showcasing that over 10,000 student tickets were downloaded for this game. A Yager Stadium seating capacity that sits just under 30,000, and expect that number to be about what the attendance is. It's tough to tell how much how much UC, I should say. It certainly is more Red Hawk fans than Bearcat fans. However, with the similar colors, it's hard to tell sometimes. Both sides are making their noise, though, for sure. And this is one of the best atmospheres we've ever seen here at Yager Stadium. And great to see for this rivalry that it was announced in the offseason. Unfortunately, will be paused temporarily. The remaining games, except for one, the campus site games, as this series was scheduled to go through 2029, were called off. Miami cited the new rules around NCAA scholarships and the need to play an extra bye game as why the RedHawks called off those games with UC. It's incredibly unfortunate. It's a reality of college football that you need some of that extra money. Miami's got to go now and probably get a paycheck from somebody else instead of playing Cincinnati essentially for free every single year in order to fund what is now virtually unlimited scholarships, it seems like, from the NCAA. But regardless, these teams will meet here on the field, and then in 2 years' time, they will meet again at Paycor Stadium at a neutral site. It just came out, though, thanks to an inside source. It was released by Scott Springer of the Cincinnati Enquirer that both sides were in discussions to bring the rivalry back as a neutral site game played every few years, so not exactly what you'd hope for in playing every single year, but at least something likely being played at Paycor Stadium every 3 years or so between these two teams. Again, nothing set in stone for that yet, but that was announced by Scott Springer a couple of days ago that talks were for that. And the reality is that, you know, most true Red Hawk and true Bearcat fans want this rivalry to continue being played, regardless of even what happens on the field, just because of how many connections a lot of the people that attend these universities are. Regardless, Cincinnati's back out on offense following the timeout. Sorsby's got two receivers either side, tight to the formation, takes the shotgun snap, time to throw, floating it near side, way off target. Had a man wide open for the Bearcats. That was Tyron Smith, just beyond the Miami 45-yard line, and Sorsby had time, had an open lane to throw that, just missed him by about 5 yards.
Yeah, Sorsby so far looks just a little bit uncomfortable and out of rhythm for Cincinnati. We kind of talked about in the break how Cincinnati's done a good job protecting him so far. Miami, one of the best sack teams in the Mid-American Conference last year. And they're going to have to heat Sorsby up at some point, but right now he's a little bit out of rhythm. Hasn't quite gotten comfortable in the pocket yet.
Out of sync, speaking of, he takes the snap and crashes into Kiner in the backfield, gets across the line of scrimmage, but is pushed out of bounds after a short gain to the 39. Looked like potential read option there for Sorsby, and him and Kiner just collided. Fortunately, he kept his footing and moved forward to the outside for a couple of yards. They'll call it actually a gain of 2 as they move it back to around the 39, and it's 3rd and 8 for the Bearcats. Cincinnati 0 for 1 on 3rd down so far. One receiver near side, that's Xavier Henderson. 2 split out to the far side right. Sorsby takes the snap. Miami rushes 5. Sorsby with time, now up the middle. He's hit as he throws. Outside catch is made. Past the sticks, first down, Xavier Henderson. He's spun down. And that pass complete to the tune of, we'll check how many yards depending on where they mark him, at the 49 of Miami. Stopped by Rayon Strader. But that catch goes for 11 and a Bearcat first down. And unfortunate right there as Matt Salopek came flying through, hit the quarterback as he threw, that he couldn't get it off target. Twin stacked right, and out of the shotgun, Sorsby takes the snap, now facing pressure, flings over the middle, it's caught. Joe Royer, the tight end, inside the Miami 40 to the 35, spun around and down right in the middle of the field. They'll mark him at the 35-yard line of the RedHawks for a 14-yard pickup. Joe Royer leads the Big 12 in receptions and yards for a tight end, and his first catch today on his second target as the Bearcats in business from the Miami 35. No score, under 5 to go, first quarter.
And Miami begins to send pressure at Sorsby, just like we said, and he stands in there and makes 2 great throws immediately.
Pitch out to the right to Chance Williams. His first touch, dodges the first tackler, but then 3 Redhawks get to him at the line of scrimmage. He'll be down for no gain at the right hash.
And these Miami linebackers, Matt Salopek, Ty Wise, returning to school this year to pursue a MAC championship, but also to win this game. And they're swarming all over the field, just as they did against Northwestern. 2 of the most talented linebackers in the Mid-American Conference, making their mark early in this one.
Approaching 4 minutes to go, opening quarter. 2nd and 10 Bearcats. Pistol formation for Sorsby. Has the snap and fakes the run. Booting out left. Sorsby sets his feet, throwing deep down the middle of the field. A jumping effort. It's incomplete. Off the hands of the intended target, Tony Johnson, in the end zone. Right between the I and A in Miami. He was double covered. Beat them both, but that throw may be a little bit overcooked. He had to make a diving effort at it, and it's off the paws, incomplete.
It looked like Eli Blakey and Silas Walters were back there to make that play. A little bit of hand fighting. I like the no call from the official in the back of the end zone there, letting them battle it out, trying to go up for that ball.
3rd down and 10, Cincinnati. Trips left, nobody right, ball on the right hash from the Miami 35-yard line. Sorsby in the shotgun, Kiner on his right hip. Claps once, motioning the slot man, now gets the snap. Pressure coming off the edge. Sorsby stepping up, looking to run near side. Sorsby is dropped. Flag comes in before the tackle was made. Sorsby fell forward. Ty Wise got to him, though, to apply a little bit of contact. It looks like the call's going to be holding on the Bearcats as we'll check in.
It looked like behind the play, somebody got tangled up on the offensive line there.
So Ty Wise will get credit for the sack. It's a loss of 2. Chuck Martin elects to decline the penalty, and this will likely force Cincinnati to kick a long field goal here. Carter Brown, 3 for 5 this season with a long of 36. His career long is 54. Long 11 for 14 from 40-plus yards in his career. Ball will be put on the left hash. And actually now, rather, it's going to be Nathan Hawks. So Brown, the more reliable kickoff, or rather field goal guy, instead will give way to Nathan Hawks. And Cincinnati's now going to make some really late subs. Play clock is not a factor, but bringing on the kickoff man, former Wittenberg transfer Nathan Hawks, to kick a very long field goal. This is from 55, his first attempt of the year. Snap down, kick up, it's got the leg, and it is good with room to spare. Nathan Hawks, the big leg of the kickoff specialist. His first attempt of the season is knocked through from 55 yards out, and the Bearcats are on the board first with 3:27 to go. In the opening quarter, it's Cincinnati 3 and Miami 0.
And I think Miami, you're pretty satisfied with the end of that drive. If you're Coach Chuck Martin, 2 big plays, one on 3rd down and then one immediately on the following 1st down play. Cincinnati was able to sort of gash that Miami defense a couple of times in a row, but they hold strong and force a long field goal. You got to be happy with your defense being able to force possessions like that, where Cincinnati is having to settle for 55-yarders. A great kick for Cincinnati to get on the board, but Miami so far, you've got to like what you've seen defensively from them, holding pretty tough so far.
A little bit unfortunate for the RedHawks, as looked like Cincinnati was teetering on the edge of field goal range. Not only do you get the stop on 3rd down, you push the Bearcats back a couple yards and maybe force Scott Satterfield to make a decision, or at least try to just blast one long. And indeed, Satterfield makes the switch, going from his normal field goal guy to his kickoff specialist, who's got a bigger leg. And Nathan Hawks, credit to him, former D3 guy from Wittenberg, knocks it through from 55 out to lift Cincinnati in front. Speaking of kicking game, that was a question coming in for Miami coming into this one, as well as in week 1. Kellen McLaughlin was listed at the top of the depth chart. However, McLaughlin took all the kickoff reps, and it was Dom Jobin, the former All-MAC punter, that kicked field goals for the RedHawks in week 1. Jobin was 2 for 3. And Miami in a similar situation to Cincinnati, in that the vibe is, if it's inside 50, you go Jobin. We haven't seen McLaughlin attempt a field goal yet, but coming into this one, the word is, should the RedHawks get a chance to kick from beyond 50, they would likely let their redshirt freshman, who carries a stronger leg, try that field goal. 3:27 to go here in this opening quarter. It's Cincinnati 3 and Miami 0, and RedHawks will get the ball back. And Addison, on each drive, Miami has shown some promise. They've picked up chunk plays. They certainly don't look overmatched, which after last year you hope they wouldn't. However, in previous years in this rivalry, it did appear that way between these two teams. Overall, you hate to see the interception from Brett Gabbert. That's his only passing attempt that he hasn't completed so far. But it feels like with a little bit of fine-tuning, this team can certainly find the end zone, which they failed to do in week 1.
Well, certainly, and I think so far this game, if anything, it has established some confidence for Miami that they are going to be able to move the ball. That big play from Javon Tracy that they were able to string out deep into Cincinnati territory. And then a couple of run plays here and there that they've been able to get some chunk yards out of. But Brett Gabbert looks much more comfortable. Despite the interception, he does look much more comfortable in the pocket in this game. He's made some more accurate throws than we saw against Northwestern, but their defense has been able to hold tight and not let Cincinnati get on the board in the end zone so far this game, and now Miami has to take advantage of that offensively, but they've been able, as we said, to build a little bit of confidence early on in this one.
RedHawks had two very solid returners, one of them an all-MAC guy in Cade McDonald. Kevin Davis strong in his own right in the kicking game. However, that has been a serious issue, not to the fault of the return men, but to the coverage team now through the first week and change. Cincinnati will kick it off for the second time, and Kevin Davis awaits on the right hash on his own goal line. Miami has not moved beyond the 25 on a kickoff yet this season. This kickoff will fly to the right side, and Davis says no thanks. 5 yards deep into the end zone, it lands. Miami will start from the 25-yard line. Brett Gabbert so far 4 for 5 for 61 yards and an interception. Still looking for that first touchdown pass of the season after Miami was held entirely out of the end zone in week 1. And again, there was confidence based off what Miami saw from Brett Gabbert in week 1 that there was some rust, of course, his first game 2 weeks ago since last October after suffering a gruesome injury that was compared to the likes of the big injury to Alex Smith. Didn't know if he was going to play again, and given that, looked pretty good in week 1, just needing to knock out some of the details. Gets the snap on first down and hands it off up the middle. Mosey shuffling across the 25-yard line. He's dragged down at the 29. On the interior, it's a pickup of 4 on first down, 2nd and 6.
And this offensive line has created a few holes there. Mosey able to get through for a couple, but running in between the tackles has been a big struggle for Miami. And we talked about that matchup between Dante Corleone, one of the best defensive tackles that UC has, one of the best defensive tackles in the country, period.
Projected 2nd-round pick in this year's upcoming NFL draft. 2 receivers right and 1 out left for Gabbert. Out of the shotgun, takes the snap. Bearcats rush 3, time to throw. Flung to the far side, complete for Davis, but he stumbles. Maybe got back to the line of scrimmage. As he went down, met some contact late, but really just got caught with Turf Monster there. It's a loss of 1. 3rd down and 7 coming up for the RedHawks.
It looked like his feet just got caught up underneath him a little bit, trying to turn upfield. It's just those timing plays. You got to receive the ball and then have the ability to turn around and make a play. Davis trying to do both at one time there.
Empty set, 3 right, 2 left for Brett Gabbert. Clapson gets a low snap, it's handled. Gabbert with time, throwing over the middle, high ball, complete! Jack Coldiron up in the air, climbing the ladder to pull it down. Coldiron, who had 2 receptions last week, returning from a season-ending injury suffered in last year's opener with a big catch to move the chains on 3rd and long out to the 41. Miami will take it 1st and 10 from there as we move under 2 minutes to play in the opening quarter. RedHawks down 3-0.
And that's just execution on that play right there. Coldiron able to find an open space in the middle of the defense, and then Brett Gabbert threw it where only his guy could go get it, and Coldiron leaping to make a great catch.
13-yard gain on 3rd and 7. Empty again for Gabbert. Gets the snap and will try the deep shot down the near side. 1-on-1, and the catch is made. Backing up on it, Cade McDonald into the red zone. What a grab from McDonald in one-on-one coverage with Jaquan Sanks, the star. A huge gain. He's marked down at the 16. What can't this guy do? Cade McDonald to the Bearcats 16.
That's just textbook right there from Cade McDonald. Had his man on his left shoulder, and that little bump at the end there, Brett Gabbert put it in a beautiful spot for Cade McDonald to be able to go up and get that one. And he just fights off that receiver and allows the ball to fall right into his hands, controls it to the ground, and a beautiful reception there from Cade McDonald, and I think some movement on the offensive line.
RedHawks let the
Or
play
actually,
clock
it's
run
gonna
out.
be a delay of game, yes.
Yeah. Interesting, because it seemed like Miami was moving rather quickly there. They got lined up, but the snap just wasn't coming back to Gabbert, so that'll back Miami up 5 yards. Back outside the red zone go the RedHawks to the 21. Cade McDonald, career highs in catches and yards last week, used mostly as a special teams guy at Michigan State and mostly last year as well. He's already up to 3 catches, 59 yards, the latest for 43. Run up the middle goes to Davis, bashing forward. He threads the needle between 2 defenders to the original sticks, between the hashes to the Bearcats 16. Ball will be marked straight down the center of the field there, 5-yard gain. And with less than 20 seconds to go in this first quarter, Miami does not have to run another play, and they will not. We'll change sides of the field, and the RedHawks will have it 2nd down and 10 after the 5-yard run following the delay of game from the Bearcat 16-yard line. This is a rivalry as old as any in college football, and the first 15 minutes have not disappointed between Miami and Cincinnati. Bearcats with a narrow 3-0 lead. Miami driving. They'll have it from the UC 16 when we come back. End of one from Yager Stadium in Oxford. Our score, Cincinnati 3 and Miami 0. You're listening to the 128th battle for the victory bell. It's Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Into quarter number 2 here from Oxford. It's Cincinnati 3 and Miami 0 in the 128th battle for the victory bell. It is the second trip deep into UC territory for the RedHawks. They are in the red zone at the Bearcat 16-yard line for 2nd and 10. Following the 5-yard run by Kevin Davis. Big 43-yard catch highlighting the drive for Cade McDonald. Handoff up the middle goes to Davis, squirming across the 10-yard line. Didn't meet contact until about there. Actually marked way outside the 10-yard line, back at the 12. So must have got tripped up a little bit early. That'll go for only a gain of 4. And it'll be 3rd down and 6 for a Red Hawk team that has converted a 3rd down so far today. They're 1 for 3.
And Davis is lined up in the slot right now for Miami. They like to go to a swing route to him a lot against Northwestern to get him in one-on-one coverage with some space. They're going to motion him over here, though.
Brings back into the backfield, right of Gabbert. He gets the snap, has time to throw, and will fling it near corner of the end zone looking for McDonald, and he way overthrew him, incomplete.
I like the call there for Miami. You get one-on-one matchup with your hottest receiver, Cade McDonald, on a defensive back, and Gabbert, I think the timing was just a little bit off there between the two of them. Gabbert sailed it a little bit too far over his head, but
Would have been a tough catch anyway as well. Logan Wilson, the backup safety, provided excellent coverage for UC. So now will come Dom Jobin, 2 for 3 in week 1. This is from the middle of the field, 30 yards out, kicking towards the Gunlock Performance Center from right to left. Wind from his right to left. Snap is down, the kick is up, and it splits right down the middle, and good. 47 seconds into this second quarter. Miami drive stalls a little bit as they can't connect in the end zone on third down, but the RedHawks will take the field goal. They tie the game back up at 3 with 14-13 to go in quarter number 2. Just 2 passes not completed for Brett Gabbert. Both of them coincidentally have targeted the end zone. 1 for an interception, 1 that miss against Cade McDonald. But overall, Addison doesn't necessarily look like an entirely different Brett Gabbert from week 1. Certainly a more comfortable one, though.
Yeah, he absolutely looks more comfortable, and he's made all of the throws that you could ask him to make. He's made easy check down throws. He made that very nice throw over the middle to Jack Coldiron earlier on in the drive, which set up the deep ball to Cade McDonald that he so perfectly executed, gave McDonald a chance one-on-one to go up and get the ball. He looks more comfortable. This Miami offense looks more comfortable and able to get the field goal there on that drive, but they're going to have to put some points on the board in the form of touchdowns and take some of the pressure off of their defense.
Logan Wilson back to return this kickoff from right to left. It is booted away by Kellen McLaughlin, and Wilson thought about it, but will let it go into the end zone for a touchback. 14-13 to go, second quarter. In the battle for the victory bell, it's Miami 3, Cincinnati 3 from Yager Stadium. Mentioned there were some empty seats in the first couple minutes of this game. Those are no more, as Yager is as packed as it's been for a football game probably since Ben Roethlisberger back in the early 2000s. Miami went 13-1 in 2003, and that was probably the last time we saw Yager this packed. We got Mo Bamba rolling. 25-yard line, the starting point for the Bearcats. 3 receivers left, 1 out right. Soars beyond first down, fakes the run. Throw near side is complete. Easy catch for Henderson, and wiggling back to the middle of the field, finds a wrinkle across the 35 to the 37. Easy pitch and catch for 12 from Xavier Henderson, the former Florida Gator and native of Miami, Florida. Led UF in catches his final year there. Second year for him with the Bearcats. And already a number of targets, 4 receptions for 33 yards for number 8 in white. 1st and 10 from the 37-yard line on the right hash.
That's a play that shows up defensively on the game plan for Miami. They really struggled to cover the edges against Northwestern in week 1, having some issues here as well.
Kiner with the run. He made his way out of a shoestring tackle and pushed forward for a couple of yards, dragging a defender with him to the 40. It's a gain of 3. On first down, Oscar McWood makes the tackle, splitting down the middle of the hashes. Ball up to the Miami 40-yard line for 2nd and 7. Cincinnati offense built on the run. Passing numbers a little bit inflated thanks to an unbelievable passing performance against Towson in week 1. But Corey Kiner, the star of the show in the UC backfield. They'll fake the hand to him here, throw over the middle, it's incomplete. Rayon Strader providing blanket coverage on the UC receiver, Jamoy Mays, the transfer from Chattanooga, the intended target on the near hash. That was aiming right around the sticks on the quick slant. Strader says, no, sir, it's 3rd down.
Eli Blakey showed it earlier. Rayon Strader right there. These Miami DBs know how to arrive to the point of attack at the perfect time. Strader, if he gets there again too early, it's pass interference. He arrives at the perfect time and is able to jar that ball free for an incompletion and get them to a 3rd and long.
Cincinnati 2 for 4 on 3rd down. They need 7. 3 right, 1 left. Sorsby gets the snap, throws near side on a screen. It's complete in the backfield, but 4 RedHawks get there.
Yeah, that secondary for Miami just rotates to the edges so well, and they bottled that screen up beautifully. Nowhere to go for Tyron Smith on that play. And Miami, their defense holding strong, and now the offense has to take some pressure off them, keep them on the sidelines for a little bit, sustain a drive, and get some points on the board.
Ty Wise with his 2nd TFL on Smith. It goes back 3 yards, and Cincinnati will punt it away. Side spinning punt. Cade McDonald moves inside his own 15, dodges the first tackler, sets his feet, but the reinforcements arrive, and McDonald is clocked at the 12-yard line. Held onto the ball. Cade McDonald was known last year as an all-MAC punt returner to hate the fair catch and didn't even think about it there. Paid the price a little bit, but did earn Miami a couple extra yards holding onto the football. RedHawks will start from their own 13 with 12:10 to go, second quarter, and our game tied at 3.
And Coach Chuck Martin having some words with his star receiver after that play, making sure that he's going to protect himself for the long haul down the stretch of this game. But Cade McDonald has really performed well early on in this one. You got to think that Brett Gabbert is building a lot of confidence with his star receiver. He's targeted him numerous times in this one. Northwestern, he was his most common target as well.
Brett Gabbert, 116 yards through the air already, 59 of them, just a hair over half to Cade McDonald. A lot of them coming on that big chunk play that's good for over a third of the output, 43 yards from Gabbert to McDonald at the end of that first quarter, setting up an eventual second quarter field goal. Miami offense will come back out. And man, barring turnover, Addison, this RedHawk offense has really not seen anything from UC defensively that proves they can't move the ball with some pretty good pace, and intriguing to see what comes now in this drive.
I think the biggest thing that I've noticed so far is Miami, on both sides of the ball, really matches up athletically with Cincinnati, which is not something you can usually say between a MAC school and a Big 12 school. But Miami has come in here with a lot of confidence, knowing that they have the athletes to stack up against this UC team. And I think you've seen it offensively with Cade McDonald one-on-one on the outside. You've seen it defensively with guys like Rayon Strader, Eli Blakey. Matt Salopek and Ty Wise have certainly caused a lot of issues for UC offensively early in this game. And I think it's all about confidence when you get to this point in these games with this type of atmosphere, these type of stakes. You have to be there mentally. And it's clear that Miami has been ready for the challenge for a long time and is showing that on the field here today.
And you feel like the win last year might have helped this RedHawks team, this team's confidence, certainly. Because last season, of course, it's still considered an upset-minded Miami team this year, but last season felt different. It felt like going into a tough environment at night, having not won in almost 20 years against your arch rival, you needed to go in and throw some haymakers early, which Miami did. 79-yard touchdown on the first play from scrimmage. But like you said, this game feels much more toe-to-toe than it did last year. And we will see what this RedHawk offense can do. 1st and 10 Miami, 12:10 to go. Second quarter, game tied at 3. RedHawks have it on the left hash of their own 13-yard line. Gabbert, 2 receivers either side. Out of the shotgun. Claps his hands softly twice. Now hard once, and will hand it off up the middle. Contact right away. And up for about a yard goes Keon Mosey. Put on the ground after a short gain by Jake Golday, the Central Arkansas transfer, who led the Bears in tackles last year at the FCS level. 2nd down and 9 coming up for Miami. Ball on their own 14-yard line as we churn under 12 minutes to go. Miami out gaining Cincinnati 137-69. The end zone interception early in the game is likely why we are still tied. Gabbert takes the snap on 2nd down, hands it up the middle, shuffling his feet. Jordan Brunson dives into the pile just short of the 20-yard line. They'll mark him at the 19 where he's swallowed up. That's a gain of 5 on 2nd down and sets up a manageable 3rd and 4 for Miami. They're 1 for 4 so far today.
And Brunson brings a little bit of a different style to the running game for Miami, more of a power runner. Keon Mosey and Kevin Davis, they like to get downhill and they like to use their speed to make guys miss, but Jordan Brunson will run you over in a one-on-one situation.
34 yards on the ground, led Miami in week 1. Empty set, Gabbert, 2 receivers left, 3 out to the right. Gabbert gets the snap. Bearcats rush 4. Gabbert with time. Now flushed. Far side. Gabbert looking, throwing, sideline. He threw it away. Incomplete. Pressure got to him into the backfield. Jarrett Bartlett, the 6th year and transfer from West Virginia, laid the hit on the Miami quarterback as he threw it into the Cincinnati bench. It's 3 and out for Miami for the first time in the game with 10:43 to go, second quarter, and a game tied at 3. Miami will punt it away.
And that pressure was generated by the coverage down the field from Cincinnati. All of Miami's receivers were bottled up by these talented UC defensive backs, forcing Gabbert to flush the pocket, and he couldn't find anybody once he did.
Again, it's Tyron Smith back there. Snap is bobbled and it's dropped. Scooped up by the Bearcats inside the Miami 5-yard line. Bevelheimer couldn't handle it for the RedHawks, and Cincinnati swarmed him. It was almost a scoop and score for the Bearcats as Marquavius Sabor picked that up and tried to go for the end zone. It appeared then that he dropped the football and then decided to just dive on it, and Cincinnati will take advantage as best they can, now starting from the RedHawk 3-yard line.
And those are the types of plays that can totally switch the momentum of a game like this. One that's been really punch for punch. Both teams very evenly matched so far. That can be a huge difference maker. Just a mistake there by Bevelheimer. Did what he could to prevent the touchdown, but Cincinnati set up quite well right now.
Sorsby will work down to the gun, 2 to the right, Island left with 1 in the backfield. Fakes the handoff to Kiner, floats it over the middle of the end zone. It is caught by the tight end, Joe Royer, for a touchdown. Just a brutal break for the RedHawks, a 3-yard score to Joe Royer, the Bearcat tight end. The Ohio State transfer finds the end zone for the first time for either team all game with 10:37 to go in the second quarter. Cincinnati will go up 6, PAT pending.
That was just a great play design there from Scott Satterfield. Brennan Sorsby with the play action rolls out just a little bit to the right, and then Royer leaks out from his tight end position, acting like he's going to block for a run play initially, and just finds himself wide open in the end zone. And now this puts a lot of pressure on the Miami offense to get something on the board here and make sure that this game can stay at 1 possession once Cincinnati gets the ball back.
Extra point is knocked through by Nathan Hawks, and we will step aside from Yager Stadium. Momentum has shifted after Miami fumbled inside their own 5-yard line on the punt. Bearcats punch it in on one play, and with 10:37 to go in this second quarter, our score Cincinnati 10 and Miami 3. RedHawks will get the ball back when we come back here from Yager Stadium. You're listening to the Battle for the Victory Bell, Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Unfortunate circumstances for the RedHawks have shifted the tides. Miami fumbles on a punt from inside their own 10-yard line. Cincinnati knocks it in one play from the Miami 3. It's now 10-3 Bearcats with 10:37 to go in the second quarter. And as Miami brought the punt unit on, I don't think they were hoping to get their offense back on the field this quickly. by any means. Cincinnati will kick it from left to right. Kick is away. And for Miami, this is returnable for Kevin Davis as the kick goes into the wind. He comes out to the 5-yard line, and Davis scampering across the 20. He's met there and put down. Man, Miami switched special teams coordinators this season, and special teams has just been an issue for this Red Hawk team. Kevin Davis with a 5-yard head start, but the coverage just not there, and still worse than a touchback for this Red Hawk team to the 20-yard line.
Yeah, we touched on it multiple times last week against Northwestern as well. I think we've yet to see a Miami returner navigate past the 20-yard line when they brought it out of the end zone so far this season. Something they haven't struggled with in the past, but has really proven, I think, to be a big difference maker so far in this season.
Miami led the MAC and the nation in special teams efficiency last year. It was not even close either. Jacob Branowski departed for Pitt, that unit under a new staff this year. On first down, Gabbert pitches out left, and making his way forward up the hash goes Davis, splitting two defenders for a gain of 1 to the 21-yard line, where he's ripped down to the ground there.
And they haven't yet gotten Kevin Davis going in the receiving game like we saw last week against Northwestern. It'll be interesting to see if they bring that wrinkle out as we progress through this game, but they've really tried to attack vertically more than they did against the Wildcats as well in this one.
Two receivers both sides. Ball on the left hash of the Miami 21 for Gabbert. Keon Mosey to his left out of the shotgun. Gabbert gets the snap, 3-step drop, setting his feet, now flush to the near side. Gabbert tucking and running. He's brought down to the backfield. Jared Bartlett on the sack. That's his second QB hurry and first sack of the day, second of the year for the West Virginia transfer. 3rd and long from behind the sticks. Miami needs 11.
And that's one of the hardest plays that you can make as a linebacker, is when a quarterback is scrambling outside of the pocket and coming right at you in the open field. It's a very difficult tackle to make, and Jared Bartlett was able to wrap up Gabbert there and put Miami behind the sticks for this 3rd down. And this becomes a huge play for Miami, down 10-3 early in the second quarter.
1 for 5 so far. Empty set with 2 left, 3 right. Gabbert now motions Kevin Davis from the left side out wide to the backfield. Gabbert gets the snap, some shuffling up front, and Chuck Martin calls timeout before that snap came on.
Yeah, it looked like there was some miscommunication there.
Kevin Davis, yeah, he was motioned into the backfield, and Javon Tracy was originally lined up inside of Davis, pushed further towards the middle of the field. Then when Davis motioned into the backfield, it looked like he was telling Tracy to get further out wide, and then it kind of looked like the line flinched a little bit on both sides, and Chuck Martin, not taking his chances, calls his second timeout with 9:01 to go in the second quarter. And the RedHawks down at 10-3. 3rd down and 11 coming up for this Miami team. One conversion so far came on an 11-yard catch by Jack Coldiron down the middle of the field. That is a connection that Miami sorely missed in what was one of the most successful seasons ever last year. Hard to believe that RedHawks were without one of their top targets in Jack Coldiron, the big tight end, and Hughes, that he elected to come back for a 5th year. Again empty for Miami. Gabbert gets the snap. Bearcats rush 3. Gabbert's got plenty of time, sets his feet, throwing over the middle. It's complete. Davis across midfield to the left hash. He points first down into Cincinnati.
Getting wide open across the middle of the field, and then Brett Gabbert with a seed across the middle to hit him in stride. A huge play for Miami.
On 1st and 10, handoff to Mosey, bounces it out right, finds one-on-one. He is spun around a bit, backing down to the 40-yard line, where his backside hits the turf on the right hash. That's a solid pickup for Mosey. On 1st down, he gets 6. 2nd down and 4 coming up, stopped by Jake Golday. Just 4 tackles for him so far on the season, but he's been active today defensively for the Bearcats. And Miami will take it from the right hash with under 8 to go in this second quarter. 10-3 our score. RedHawks trailing. Gabbert 2 receivers to the left, and 1, the lone man, Reggie Virgil, out right. Gets the snap, fakes the handoff. Gabbert now facing pressure. He is tugged down from the back, and down he goes.
That's Eric Phillips, the defensive end, and he was still being blocked on the edge there and was still able to muscle his way through and get to Gabbert. And that's something that Gabbert struggled with quite a bit last week as well, not getting out of the pocket in time, taking some unforced sacks. And Cincinnati not getting much pressure on that play except from the edge with Phillips there, and Gabbert not able to diagnose it in time before he goes down.
So back behind the sticks, it's another 3rd and long for Miami. They've already converted 1 on this drive. 3rd down and 11 from the 47-yard line. Gabbert gets the snap with time to throw. He'll dump it off down low, and Downing is dropped. Behind the line of scrimmage, he'll lose a yard. Dylan Downing just floating out of the backfield with nowhere to go, and the RedHawks will have to punt away.
It looked like they were trying to take advantage of some of the pressure that Cincinnati has tried to bring on certain downs, especially on 3rd down in this game. Tried to go with the screenplay to counteract that, and Cincinnati just able to snuff that out beautifully.
Tyron Smith back deep to return. This time the snap clean for Bevelheimer, and he boots it end over end inside the Cincinnati 10-yard line. Silas Walters will track it all the way inside the 5 and will mark it down there. So beautifully covered that time for Miami. Maybe a little extra effort put into it on the sideline following the fumble. So from one goal line to the other, Cincinnati will work out of the shadow of their own goal line this time around. Bearcats will start from their own 5 with 6:18 to go in this half. So now this becomes even more interesting. You need a stop, of course. You'd like to get the ball back if you're Miami. You only have 1 timeout, but most importantly, you have to avoid the Bearcat double dip. If you're Scott Satterfield, you would love to run this clock down, get a score, and then get to half to take the ball coming out of the break with a 2-score lead.
Yeah, I think these first initial downs of this drive are extremely important for Miami. As you said, 6:18 to go in the second quarter. A few plays here and there from Cincinnati that's going to shave some time, but if they're able to force a 3 and out here, you are likely getting the ball back around midfield, close to Cincinnati territory on a punt, and you're going to have a chance to run, as you said, run the clock down and get some points before the half, which is going to be huge. And that decision to receive the ball at the beginning of the game by Miami starts to come into effect here, because Cincinnati, as you said, with that lead, the last thing you want them to do is get some points with a 6-minute drive here and then come right back out onto the field and force your defense to try and get another crucial stop down 2 possessions.
We have seen Chuck Martin do various things with the coin toss. He's not a guy that you know exactly what's coming, but the idea was get the ball, go score, and make a statement in a rivalry game, and Miami nearly executed that to perfection. However, facing pressure, Brett Gabbert threw an interception into the end zone on Miami's opening drive in a double coverage on what was an ill-advised throw. Not only did that hold Miami out of the end zone, but they were set up for at least a chip shot field goal should Gabbert have just thrown it away. That would have given Miami the lead. Instead, RedHawks have played this whole game either tied or from behind. And now a chance for a 2-for-1 for Cincinnati here on offense.
I think one of the most crucial stats so far in this game is, if you look at the video board, rushing yards, Miami only 8 so far in this game. Only 8 of their 159 total yards have come on the ground. We talked about how the matchup between this defensive line for Cincinnati and their offensive line, able to establish some sort of run game, would be huge if Miami was able to do that. But they haven't been able to do it so far. You've got to think that that's going to be a discussion at halftime between Coach Chuck Martin and his offensive line.
And just 8 rushing yards against a power conference opponent, you'd see that and wonder, how is this game close? I mean, Cincinnati's only in front because of a gaffe by Miami inside their own 5-yard line. The answer's been Brett Gabbert, 10 for 13, 151 yards. However, is that sustainable, especially against a defense of this caliber coming from the Big 12 in Cincinnati? That is debatable. Bearcats will take it now, 1st and 10. Ball on their own 5-yard line, up 10-3 with 6:18 to go in the half. Scott Satterfield's got all 3 of his timeouts to work with on this drive. Miami needs to force a stop, ideally quickly. And on 1st down, Sorsby fakes the run and throws far side. It's complete to Henderson out by the sticks. That's another easy pitch and catch. Henderson to the 16-yard line for a gain of 11 on 1st down.
And that was Luke Evans out there on the outside in coverage. And Northwestern picked on him quite a bit on the outside. And immediately, you could see Coach Chuck Martin moving Rayon Strader now out to the outside to cover Xavier Henderson.
He's been UC's top target today. Henderson, 5 receptions for 44 yards. On 1st and 10, the snap and the handoff goes to Kiner. A little bit of a hole, breaks past initial tacklers to the 2nd level. Linebackers meet him, fighting for an extra yard to the 24-yard line. Kiner is dropped there after an 8-yard gain on first down. Ty Wise making the stop, but you really have to avoid that slow trucking forward momentum here if you're Miami. Digging your heels in will be important because despite the Bearcats having bad field position, look at how they're running this play clock down.
Yeah, chunk runs, 8-yard runs on 1st and 10 will kill Miami on this drive and will kill them the rest of the game. Cincinnati, kind of a park the bus strategy you would think if they're able to score here the rest of the way.
Sorsby with time. Now he'll step up and run, and he is hit in the backfield but gets across the line of scrimmage and dives forward for a first down. Corey Suttle got to him in the backfield, but Sorsby just fought right through him and picks up about 4 yards on that play. To the 26-yard line he goes for a Bearcat first down with under 4:40 to play opening half. UC up a touchdown.
You have to wrap up and get Sorsby down on first contact there and force a third down in that situation. Not able to do that, and more time winding down.
Handoff Kiner to the exterior, spins past one. McWood drives him into the ground after a short pickup. Give him about a yard or two on first down. They'll actually give him 3 rather. It's 2nd down and 7 coming up from the 29-yard line. Bearcats working a little quicker here. They'll get lined up, 2 receivers either side. Sorsby's palms are to the sky as the official was waiting on the snap. Now he gets it. Sorsby backing, 4-man rush, pocket collapsing. Sorsby flush to the near side, throws. It is complete on the sideline to Johnson. Wide open. He found a bubble of space against the Miami secondary. He was being softly covered there by the RedHawks, and he gets out to the 41 for a 12-yard pickup. Now they'll back him to the 38, but regardless, it's a first down for Cincinnati with 3:35 to go in the half.
Yeah, and that was fantastic pocket awareness there from Sorsby, sensing the pressure and keeping his head up, looking for receivers down the field, and Tony Johnson able to make himself available. And that was quite an easy throw with how that play looked like it was going for Cincinnati.
Throw to the near side is caught by Burkhalter for Cincinnati on a quick catch on first down to the Miami 47. Now move to the 48. They'll say move chains. That's another first down. And man, the RedHawks have got to dig their heels in here. Under 3 minutes to play. Cincinnati will work quicker. Sorsby throws near side, same spot. High ball. It's caught anyway by Burkhalter. Strader drags him down at the RedHawk 45. But this is just too easy right now for Sorsby. Picking apart this Miami secondary, that catch goes for 6.
And this is exactly where we saw some breakdowns against Northwestern for this Miami defense. Covering one-on-one on the edge proved to be an issue at points last week against the Wildcats, and those same issues showing themselves here in this one right now on this drive.
Miami's going to make some subs. Guys could use a breather, it looks like, out there. 2nd and 4, Cincinnati with 2:25 and counting to go opening half. They lead by 7. The ball on the Miami 46-yard line. The snap and the handoff goes up the middle, and a couple yards on the carry for Williams. He gets to the 43 and is stopped just a hair short of the line to gain. Luke Evans on the tackle. Gain of 3. It's 3rd and 1. Approaching 2 minutes to go, and the 2-minute timeout almost caught me by surprise right there. We run into it. Caught the clock operator by surprise. Ran it past 2. They'll reset it, and we will get a timeout on the field. 2 minutes to go here from Yager Stadium in our first half. Cincinnati driving. Miami's got to pin their ears back for this 3rd down stop. Cincinnati needs just a yard. 10-3 our score with the Bearcats on top. We return to Oxford after this. You're listening to the battle for the victory bell. Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. 2 minutes to go, opening half. It's 10-3 Cincinnati. So we reach the 2-minute timeout. Bearcats have it 3rd and 1 from the Miami 43. This is a huge play coming up. Alongside Addison, Lenhart, Poley with you. Cincinnati goes nobody wide left, 2 to the right, with a tight end stacked left of the line, and Sorsby out of the gun. He motions Jamoy Mays from left to right, handoff to Kiner. He gets to the line of scrimmage and gets the extra yard to the 41-yard line for a first down. And again, contact met him in the backfield. Miami could not bring him down. Gets a couple extra yards, but a game of inches moves the chains for Cincinnati.
And Corey Kiner runs with such good balance and patience, and that's what it took there to get that first down. Miami selling out for the run on that play, and Kiner made a nice move to evade the defenders and then stayed balanced, stayed on his feet in order, to extend for that first down.
Snap on first down. Kiner gets it, and he gets mashed right at the line of scrimmage, trying to spin out of the shoestring tackle that he found himself in from Oscar McWood. But the RedHawk nickel brought him down for no gain, and with 70 seconds now remaining, Bearcats have it 2nd and 10. 2 receivers either side. Sorsby has the snap. Plenty of time to throw. Zipping over the middle. It's broken up. Rayon Strader with another pass defended. Came flying in from nowhere on that zone coverage for Miami and knocked that away from the intended target. It falls incomplete with 1:01 to go, and Cincinnati will face 3rd and 10.
Rayon Strader is never out of a play. He gives himself every ability to get back to the ball on every single play. That's what makes him such an incredible corner, his timing and his patience when the ball's in the air.
2 receivers right, tight end and receiver left for Sorsby. Gets the snap in the backfield on 3rd and 10. Time to throw. Now going over the middle. It's complete to Tyron Smith inside the 30-yard line. Cincinnati needed 10. They got 12. As they will go down to the Miami 28 with under a minute to play. Cincinnati will line up quickly and move the chains.
And now they have to hurry up a little bit. This clock's starting to run down
Still
towards
have
that.
all 3 timeouts. Fling to the far side is caught for a short yardage gain for Cincinnati by Mays. He's swung out of bounds after a pickup of 6 on first down. That'll stop the clock with 42 seconds to go. Bearcats looking to go up 2 scores. They lead it 10-3 and will get the ball out of halftime. Still all 3 timeouts for Cincinnati. Ball on the left hash. Up a touchdown. 2nd down and 4 from the Miami 22. Sorsby out of the pistol. Tight end offset right of the line. 1 receiver lone left, 2 to the right. Scott Satterfield doesn't like what he sees, and he's off the sideline to call his first time out. Didn't look like a ton of discombobulation on the field. It looked like everybody there was on the same page, but either somebody upstairs or Scott Satterfield saw something as he signaled for the timeout when the Bearcats were ready to get the snap off. Play clock was not winding either. They'll huddle up.
He's got some timeouts to burn, and at this point I like when coaches really pay attention to the details and try to get these play calls exactly right, especially in these situations. These next few plays are really going to go a long way to deciding this game, and if you're the Miami defense, you're laser focused on holding Cincinnati to 3. That is the absolute most you can give up if you want to stay in this game if you're the Miami RedHawks. And Chuck Martin is certainly driving that point home with his defense right now in this timeout.
Short 30-second. Bearcats still have 2 left. Clock set at 42 seconds now for this 2nd and 4 for the Bearcats with the ball on the 22-yard line. Sorsby out of the gun. 1 receiver left, 2 to the right. Gets the snap, looking to throw. RedHawks rush 4. Throw to the far side is low but complete. Stumbling on it, Henderson makes the catch at the 11. Tried to stay on his feet for a potential touchdown bid, but down there at the 11-yard line, Bearcats move the chains, and now down's really no longer a huge factor with under 40 seconds to go. Bearcats line up quick on 1st and 10. Sorsby throwing back corner of the end zone. He overshot Henderson, incomplete. Threw it into the Miami band. One-on-one coverage there from Strader. Looked like Henderson might have had him beat, but that throw offline by a couple of yards. Clock stopped with 30 seconds to go. 2nd and 10 Cincinnati from the left hash on the Miami 11.
It looked like Sorsby might have rushed that throw a little bit. He certainly had Henderson in one-on-one coverage against Strader. One of the few times that Strader has gotten beat deep, as you said. And Sorsby just kind of rushed that throw, I think expecting Henderson to have to go up and get that ball.
One receiver left and one right, tight to the formation. Sorsby fakes the run, backing way inside his own backfield. He throws complete to the near side. 2 tackles, dodge, down to the goal line. The ball is out, signaling touchdown. It's Joe Royer. Sorsby was about 20 yards behind the line of scrimmage when he threw that ball, just a dump off. Royer dodged 2 tackles, met contact at the 5, fought through it, reached at the goal line, and went down. And this will surely go to review for a multitude of reasons, but the call on the field is touchdown Bearcats. So there's a few things to consider here, Addison. First off, that pass was complete, no doubt about that, but Royer caught it. He was stumbling already, kind of lunged forward, fell down to the ground, but kept his knees up, then fought with a second effort closer to the goal line. Did not look like he was going to get in, and it's a play where he kind of fell right as that ball was starting to get over the goal line, and the question was he on it or was he before it? Then also the ball popped out and rolled out the end zone, which is another separate thing to consider. So are we looking at down on the 1? Are we looking at touchdown? Are we looking at fumble? This is a very quick review from our officiating team.
And to me, it certainly looked like Royer controlled that ball as he got across the goal line and then lost it after.
They're going to say fumble out the end zone, and that's a touchback. Wow! That is a huge turn of events in the game. Royer, reaching on the 1-yard line, fumbled the ball before he crossed the plane. It rolled out the end zone. Heads-up play by the Miami defense to knock it out of bounds, and that means it's a touchback. And Cincinnati gets nothing with 18 seconds left in the half. Wow. Potentially game-saving.
That's a shocking review. It did look like Royer might have gotten across, but clearly the officials saw something different on a replay that we don't get to see, unfortunately. But a huge turn of events, and all the momentum now shifting back towards Miami, heading into the locker room. And their defense, once again, in unorthodox ways, coming up with methods to keep their team in this game. And in the second half, it's going to be on the Miami offense to step up and match the energy that this defense has brought to this game, because they've really kept the RedHawks in it against Cincinnati in this one.
Cincinnati will receive the second half kickoff as Miami knelt when they got the ball back. We have reached halftime here at Yager Stadium. Overall, Addison, you're in the game. That's really all you can ask for. Was it a perfect half? By all means, no. You threw an interception in the end zone, and you fumbled inside your own 5-yard line. But like the game last year, there are trials to these upset bids, and Miami, for the moment, has survived them to make this game close still into the final 30 minutes, needing a big stop now coming out of the break. But overall, your thoughts on the first 30?
I mean, that stop certainly at the end of the half was huge, and as you said, there's a lot of room for some adjustments, I think, from a strategic standpoint, as well as just cleaning up some details, whether it be coverage, tackling. A lot of missed tackles kind of sort of as we progress towards the end of that half. But if you're Miami, the big thing is going to be moving the ball down the field offensively and then being able to cash in the red zone. It should really be 10-6 because of that turnover on that first drive. But Miami's had plenty of opportunities in the second half. It's going to come down to whether or not they're able to take advantage of them and stay strong defensively, continue to cover on the back end well, and not let Cincinnati make any explosive plays.
It is halftime, and Miami and Cincinnati in one of the nation's most storied rivalries playing what could be a deciding game in the series for at least recent times to come. 10-3 our score with the Bearcats in front as we are at the half. We'll take a short break. When we come back, Andrew Relvas, Jeff Middleton have your Red Hawk Radio halftime report, break down the first half. Take a look at some scores from around the country, some interesting ones around college football in the noon window, and preview the night games, ranked teams, and MAC games galore around the country here today. We'll also preview our second half. Should be a great one between Miami and Cincinnati. That all comes up next when we return from Yager Stadium at the half. It's 10-3 Cincinnati in the battle for the victory bell. You're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio.
Hello and welcome to the Red Hawk Radio halftime show between the Miami RedHawks and the Cincinnati Bearcats. Halftime at the 128th playing of the Battle for the Victory Bell. Andrew Relvas alongside Jeff Middleton. A fun first half, back and forth. We talked about it before, and it has definitely lived up to the moment. Current score is 10-3, Cincinnati on top, but Jeff, this has been a back and forth game and a fun affair here at Yager Stadium.
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, a bunch of, as people are filing in and the crowd starts to fill in, honestly, one of the coolest atmospheres I've been able to experience in my time here at Miami. But yeah, I mean, like you said, Andrew, really back and forth contest. No one kind of taking hold. I would say Cincinnati kind of took over in the second quarter, had the ball for a long period of time. But the first quarter, it felt like kind of a feeling out process for both squads.
The totals so far here for the Bearcats and the RedHawks. For Miami, Brett Gabbert, very accurate first half, 10 for 13, 151 yards in the air, and 1 interception on the ground. The leading rusher is Kevin Davis, 3 carries for 14 yards in the air. Who else but Cade McDonald, 3 receptions for 59 yards. He's been impressive so far. The leading tackler for the RedHawks is, of course, Matt Salopek with 5 total tackles. For Cincinnati, Brendan Sorsby in the air, 15 for 22. He's had an excellent second quarter. 124 yards in the air, 1 touchdown, no interceptions. Corey Kiner's been efficient on the ground, 7 carries for 32 yards. In the air, Xavier Henderson, going to be the #1 target in that offense, and he has been strong today. 6 receptions for 55 yards and no touchdowns. And the leading tackler, of course, is Jaquan Sanks with 6 total tackles. Jeff, what stood out to you the most between these two teams?
Well, I think for Miami, it was a lot of kind of shooting themselves in their foot, to put it in a more regular term. Basically, I think that they did a lot of things well. I think that their offense actually looked pretty strong through most of the first half, but there were just 1 or 2 plays on a couple of drives that really, really kind of emphasized the mistakes that they were making, and then Cincinnati ended up turning one, especially, into a touchdown. A dropped punt, on special teams in their own zone ended up putting Cincinnati on the 3-yard line and resulted in a touchdown, putting Cincinnati up by a touchdown in the second quarter. But yeah, just a lot of kind of mistakes that are very preventable. Brett Gabbert, I should say, he had that on the first drive through an interception in the red zone, in the end zone as well. He's looking for his tight end and just kind of threw it into double coverage. But yeah, I mean, those kind of mistakes just can't happen against a team like Cincinnati. I mean, the game is close, but in close games, the team that makes the least mistakes in important times is going to win. As for Cincinnati, that second quarter it looked like a completely different team. I mean, we talked about it a little bit, but that the kind of yardage that they were gaining on their passes, especially Sorsby started the game really kind of slow. He was missing his targets. There was one play going to the left here from the press box where he kind of threw it. He had 3 receivers in kind of the same area and hit right between all of them. But in the second quarter, he found his receivers. They were able to break tackles, and they were able to gain 10 to 11 yards on almost all of their throws when they weren't running it. The run game was still pretty solid, but their passing game was really what took over in that second quarter.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you there. For Sorsby, it just felt like he was so decisive with his passes compared to the first quarter. He found his man, Xavier Henderson, his favorite target, a lot on the outside, and they really ran it up the gut a lot. That drive to end the second half was 95 yards. They were so close to taking a 2-possession lead on top of Miami, but that big fumble, I mean, this defense for Miami, it's going to be the heart and soul of this team, and they continue to come up with a big fumble to keep it 10-3.
Yeah, and I think, there are 2 big plays in that first half that really stood out to me. First, it was the Cade McDonald catch. We have to talk about it. The first quarter, Cade McDonald falling backwards for 43 yards, catches it with defenders draped all over him. An absolutely phenomenal catch in a really strong first half for McDonald, who, we've talked about it in the pregame show. I'm sure Luke has talked about it before on other broadcasts throughout last season especially. But he's been really able to kind of take advantage of the reception of the time that he's gotten on the field this season, especially with the receivers that have left, him coming in, really taking in a prominent position in that wide receiver core. But that catch really, really made that drive for Miami. It ended up, in not the way that they wanted to, but really kind of set the tone for their offense. And then obviously the fumble at the end of the second quarter really, I mean, when you think about it, Miami goes down 2 scores at the half. You kind of have a feeling that it's hard for them to come back from that. Doesn't mean it's impossible, but it's just a little harder, makes the road a little bit more treacherous, I should say. But I mean, especially after, you know, he broke 2 tackles, it looked like it was going to be that. It was going to be that result. You know, Royer, we talked about him in the pregame show as somebody that Sorsby loves to target, and he already has a touchdown here on that 3-yard catch after the dropped punt. But, I mean, that fumble is huge for Miami, only down 1 score at the half. So really, really, really big play there by the Miami defense. And, you know, a little bit fortunate as well, but, you know, that's what you need to win.
A lot of explosive plays in the first half and a lot of exciting games across the country. Here's the scoreboard segment for the halftime show. In the top 25, the number 4 ranked Alabama Crimson Tide leading Wisconsin 21-3 nearing the half. Number 13 Oklahoma State up 28-0 versus Tulsa. Number 16 LSU trailing South Carolina. That's could be a big upset. 17-7 the score. 4 minutes left to go in the second. Arkansas State at Michigan 21-3. The Wolverines defeating or on top of Arkansas State. 24-6 Boston College versus Missouri. The score 13-3. Boston College on top. Could be a big upset. ACC over SEC. Those are the top 25 games going on. Currently in the MAC, we've got a full slate. Central Michigan trailing Illinois 10-6 with 7 seconds left to go in the second quarter. UMass going to be a new MAC member coming up in a few years, trailing Buffalo 7-0 at Buffalo. That's all the games going on right now. Another fun one coming up, Ball State at Miami. That should be an interesting matchup. The Hurricanes obviously a strong start to their season. Those are all the games going on so far, but still, this has got to be the number 1 MAC game in the conference, Cincinnati versus Miami. 2 teams that don't play nice with each other.
I want to say, I mean, not only are these 2 teams, I mean, as far as I would say, pretty evenly matched, at least through this first half. No, like I said, the first quarter, no one really took advantage, and even though there were those, you know, drives where Cincinnati had a lot of really big gains, the Miami defense was able to step up, and that's what you need. So pretty evenly matched first half, and obviously when you have the whole crowd here, you know, there's a bunch of Cincinnati fans, a bunch of Miami fans coming out to enjoy some really good football on a beautiful day here in Oxford. So, you know, it's just the perfect marriage of everything you want for a Saturday afternoon.
They said the student attendance was over 8,000. This has been just
a record,
super exciting to see. I mean, obviously Miami, a historic football program, but it's been a long time since we've had this attendance. It's cool to see.
Yeah.
Not only as a fan, but just to be here.
Say, just as someone who attends the university, being able to look out, because where we're sitting, standing, I should say, we're able to see the entire student section, the Cincinnati band, the Cincinnati student section, all that stuff. We have a whole kind of sprawling of stands below us as well, but you know, we really get a good sight at the student section, and it's really awesome. I mean, I will say this and the MAC championship game at Ford Field really kind of emphasized just how much I think Miami students care about the football program. I mean, I think that when you play good teams, people are going to show up, and Cincinnati is a good team, and you know, when you're in a championship game like the MAC championship in Detroit, I mean, there were a lot more people there than I expected. I mean, it's a 4-hour drive up there, but I was very impressed with the showing of Miami fans at Ford Field in Detroit. But that's what you get. You can't beat this. This is great. This is what Miami students have wanted for their athletic programs, not even just football, but you know, hockey, baseball, softball, all of that stuff. And you started to see them really grow. And so it's makes you content. It's a really cool feeling.
This is going to be a loud atmosphere here in the second half, and of course a fun one between 2 teams that are longtime rivals dating back to 1888. Now, second half coming up in about 5 minutes. Jeff, Miami trailing 10-3. It'll be Cincinnati ball to start. What are the keys to the game for the RedHawks to take down the Bearcats for the 61st time?
Well, I think staying with what you know. I mean, your defense has been strong. I mean, keeping this Bearcats offense to 10 points in the first half is an impressive feat. But you need to keep that up. I mean, they're not going to stay down for long. And as we saw at the end of the second quarter, if things open up, they're going to take advantage. And, you know, you can't keep allowing 10 to 11-yard gains every single play. You got to make sure that you're staying with your man. I mean, the corners especially have been a little bit, not lackadaisical, just a little bit more passive, I would say, in their coverage. Which, you know, that's one thing because, you know, Sorsby's got a great arm and his wide receivers are fast and mobile. But I also think that you can't let them. There were a couple projectable throws that Sorsby made that a receiver was just wide open on the sideline and just ended up being a 10 to 11-yard gain. So really stick with what you know. Stay with your man. Be really tight. I think tighter coverage is really important here. You know, and make Sorsby kind of, you know, make him run, make him come out of the pocket. They, especially in the first quarters where they really did a good job of forcing him to make throws, make plays that were uncomfortable. And I think that if the defense can really stick to their game plan, I think that it's going to be really successful. And also, obviously, limiting the mistakes on offense that are preventable mistakes on offense. There's going to be mistakes here and there, but preventable mistakes, limiting those as much as you can is going to be really important.
Yeah, I really agree with you there. I mean, the receivers, big difference. You know,
Yes.
Big 12 compared to the MAC, night and day difference. But two things that I've really noticed in the first game versus Northwestern and here versus Cincinnati, feels like the coverage for cornerbacks is a lot softer. Obviously, they want to keep away the big plays, but just seems like they need to press maybe a little bit more. But
Yeah.
it'll definitely be interesting to see how they adjust. Also on offense, I mean, these turnovers are really shooting the RedHawks in the foot. This can't happen.
No.
You have to play perfect football here at home. This is home cooking. You want to have that atmosphere here, and it just hasn't been that offensively to start the season for Miami. It's been 6 quarters, no touchdowns. The RedHawks, they got to get into the end zone. They need to find that if they want to win this one, because that's what it's really going to come down to. Who's going to be scoring touchdowns to close out the games? Field goals, not going to cut it. These guys got to get on top of it, got to get into the scoring column, and they got to play hard with a fury. Should be a fun second half.
If they want to play meaningful football later in the season, you gotta figure out who's going to score the touchdowns for you.
Got a lot of weapons, and we shall see if the RedHawks can turn on the scoring juices against the rival, the Cincinnati Bearcats. We will take a break and hand it over to Luke and Addison for the second half coming up with the 128th playing of the Battle for the Victory Bell. Halftime score 10-3, Cincinnati on top, but we'll see if the RedHawks can come back and grab a win against the Bearcats. Stay with us. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio.
Back here for the second half from Yager Stadium alongside Addison Lenhart. I'm Luke West Poley. Thanks so much for being with us on this Saturday afternoon from Oxford. Beautiful day out here in Oxford, temperature in the mid-80s and clouds lightly spotting the sky. And the crowd has shown up in droves. As expected, a student attendance record was set today. Yager Stadium is packed as Miami trails UC 10-3 at the halftime break. RedHawks will kick it from right to left to begin this second half. A wild play from the RedHawk defense. A fortuitous bounce for Miami as Joe Royer on a broken play caught a ball and broke 3 tackles with under 20 seconds left, reached for the goal line and fumbled. He was called in the end zone on the field for a UC touchdown. Upon review, it was overturned that he fumbled it out the end zone for a touchback. Cincinnati looked primed to go up 2 scores. Instead, they lead by 1. Good news for the Bearcats. They get the ball to begin this second half. And for Miami, Kellen McLaughlin will kick this one away from right to left. End over end kick with the wind at his back. McLaughlin deposits it on the white paint in the back of the end zone. That is a touchback, and Brendan Sorsby and the offense will come back out from their own 25. Sorsby in the first half, 15 for 22, 124 yards. He was sacked once through a touchdown pass, did not throw a pick, did not start well at all, unfortunately for Miami. Couldn't really cash in on that, and Sorsby looked much more comfortable over those final couple drives.
Yeah, it certainly looked like he was able to find his rhythm, especially on that drive right before the half where he was able to check it down to a lot of receivers. Looked like he was getting in a very good rhythm. Miami's going to have to break that up, and they've covered pretty well in the middle of the field, but they've had some issues out on the edge as they did against Northwestern. We've kind of talked about that throughout the course of this game. Rayon Strader has done a really good job against Xavier Henderson in this game, and Cincinnati hasn't quite been able to get the run game going as much as I think that they would have liked against a group of 5 opponent, but they've were able to get it going, kind of moving the ball down the field through the air a little bit. And Miami's going to have to make some adjustments.
On 1st and 10, Sorsby from the pistol hands it off to Kiner, bouncing down the right side of the line. Kiner lasers his way forward to the 30-yard line where he's brought down. A couple RedHawks in on the stop. Corey Settle and Corbin Hondred, the 2 to make the tackle, pick up a 5 on 1st down at 2nd and 5. Highlight of this Cincinnati offense, Corey Kiner. 8 attempts for 32 yards in the first half. That one goes for 5. Kiner, the returning All-American, second-team All-Big 12 selection from a season ago, picks up 5. 2nd down and 5 from the left hash. Sorsby gets the snap looking to throw and throws to the far side, complete to Henderson. 3 RedHawks surrounding him, but in the bucket at midfield. Henderson leaps and makes the catch right on the 50-yard line. It's a pickup of 20 on the grab, as they will now move Cincinnati past midfield. Eli Blakey makes the stop, making a 21-yard gain to the Miami 49, 1st down Bearcats.
Yeah, Sorsby's actually been a little bit better against the pass rush for Miami. They've tried to heat him up a little bit, bring some pressure. When they've stepped back into coverage, they've had a lot more success making Sorsby make some ill-advised throws. Right there, just had too much time to get it to Henderson. Able to process it quickly.
Sorsby motions a man from left to right, hands to Kiner up the middle, and a whole ton of space opens up as he bashes across the 40-yard line to the 35. Through contact, he goes down at the 33. Eli Blakey again making the tackle. The safety came crashing down after a 16-yard pickup.
Not a lot of explosiveness from Cincinnati's offense so far in this game, but they've been able, especially these last couple drives, to string together a lot of chunk plays. They found a rhythm, and they're seeing something in the Miami defense that they like right now and are attacking.
3 to the left, 1 wide side of the field on the right. Out of the pistol formation, Sorsby gets the snap and hands it off. This is Pryor into the second level across the 30 to the 28-yard line. Cincinnati well within field goal range now, and Miami just does not have an answer as that 1st down run goes for 6.
Yeah, they just look a step slow right now. Miami, known for their ability to rally to the ball and swarm ball carriers, not doing that with great efficiency right now.
This UC team 5th in the nation in rushing last year with 217 yards per game. They've now got 70 on the ground, 2nd and 4 from the Miami 27-yard line. Ball on the left hash. 2 receivers tight on the left, 2 to the right. Getting the snap and backing. Sorsby with time. Throws far side near the sticks. It's complete. Couple yards short of the marker. Matt Salopek came swarming down on Francis Sherman, the Louisville transfer, or rather the Arkansas transfer and former Louisville Cardinal. makes the catch, but this will be a 3rd down and short for the Bearcats. They need 2 yards from the 25. Bearcats were efficient, 4 for 7 on 3rd down in the first half. Miami getting set up late. Sorsby will peek to the sideline. Now he gets the snap. It's a designed run. Sorsby down the left side of the line, has the room and gets across the marker for the first down, leaning to the 20-yard line for a 5-yard gain on 3rd down and 2.
We talked about the quarterback run being something that Miami has struggled with so far in this season. We haven't seen it yet from Cincinnati. A good time to pull it out there in a short yardage situation by head coach Scott Satterfield. And Sorsby, he's got the athleticism in the frame in those short yardage situations to make a real big impact.
Pistol formation, 1 receiver either side, 2 tight ends for Cincinnati. Royer motioned now into the backfield left of his quarterback. And we get a flag thrown in as Cincinnati trying to get the snap off.
I think so. False start, yeah.
Yep. False start called on Gavin Gerhardt, the center. Redshirt senior from Xenia, Ohio. And UC is penalized. Not a ton of flags thrown. Just the 3rd one of the game. 2nd on the Bearcats. It's a UC team that brings a ton of experience up front. They return all 5 of their O-line starters from this game a year ago. But back them up to their Miami 25, and it's 1st and 15. Sorsby out of the pistol, 1 receiver either side, gets the snap, fakes the handoff to Kiner, now boots out right, sets his feet, ripping down the far side. It's incomplete. Way over top the target. It was receiver on linebacker there. Check it, tight end. Joe Royer down the far sideline. Had maybe a little bit of separation and certainly some height on Matt Salopek, but that ball was thrown way over his head, and it's 2nd and 15. Royer and Salopek continuing to jaw at each other as he makes his way back to the Cincinnati huddle. 10:41 to go, 3rd quarter. It's 10-3 Cincinnati. They've got it 2nd and 15 from the Miami 25-yard line. On the left hash, Bearcats electing to huddle. Haven't done that a ton today, but they break it with 5 wide. 2 left, 3 right. Empty set. Sorsby has the snap, looking right now. Left dumps it off. Catch made by Henderson, working his way through blockers down the left side. Strader gets to him, still fighting for more yards inside the 15-yard line. We'll see where they mark him out of bounds. They'll say the 16, and so it's a 9-yard gain on 2nd down, setting up a manageable 3rd and medium. Bearcats need 6, needing to get to the 10 from the 16-yard line.
This is a crucial 3rd down. Miami has to stay home on receivers and not let Sorsby navigate out of the pocket in a passing situation.
Sorsby claps. RedHawks jump. 3 flags come in. It's a pointing contest, and who's it on? This would not give Cincinnati the 1st down, but it would put them awfully close and certainly could change the play call. Officials met, and now we'll get our decision. It's offside on Miami. Called against Corbin Hondrew, and the 5-yard penalty now makes it 3rd and 1 for the Bearcats from the Miami 11-yard line.
You've got to think with the success they've had running the ball with Kiner that he might get a look here on this down.
Bearcats bring the big boys up front. 3 running backs in the backfield for Sorsby under center. He will hand it off down the right side. RedHawks stack up, and he did not get there. That was Victor Dawson, his first touch of the game. He might have lost a yard there. Certainly did not get to the sticks. They'll mark him right at the original line of scrimmage, it appears, for no gain, and it's 4th down and 1. And the Bearcats are keeping the offense on the field here.
No movement from the special teams for UC. An interesting decision. They got to feel good about how their defense performed in that first half, and if they don't get it here, Miami's still backed up, but this is a huge 4th down for this Miami defense and a chance to keep it at a 1-possession game with a stop here.
Bearcats 1 for 1 this year. They'll fake the handoff. Sorsby takes it up the middle. He's got the 1st down. Sorsby to the 8-yard line. He took a heavy hit from a Miami linebacker in that traffic, but got 3 yards on 4th down and 1 to move the chains. It's 1st and goal Bearcats from the Miami 8 with a chance to extend upon this 10-3 lead. 8:45 and rolling to go 3rd quarter, and the Bearcats will huddle and slow things down.
They thought they might have gone to that quarterback run on that third down play, but chose to save it for fourth down, shaving a little more time off this clock and converting there. Sorsby with a good read and the athleticism to get the first down.
Sorsby gets the snap and fakes the hand to Kiner on first down. Throwing down the middle, it's complete near the goal line for Johnson. He gets met by 3 RedHawks at the 1, and he's down there. Tony Johnson with the catch for 8 yards between the hash and number on the right side. Second down and goal coming up from inside the 1 for Cincinnati.
Yeah, good play design there. They kind of sneaked Henderson out to the right side and forced some attention, and then tried to sneak Johnson inside on that little slant route, and it was defended very well on the back end by the Miami safeties. I believe that was Silas Walters who got in there to force Tony Johnson to not get in the end zone there.
I formation for the Bearcats from inside the 1. Sorsby takes the snap, hands to the back man, and Kiner working towards the end zone. Touchdown! Kiner backs in from a yard out, and Cincinnati into the end zone for the second time with 7:38 to go in the third quarter. Cincinnati's got the game's first 2-score lead. It's 16-3.
We talked about a lot throughout the course of this game how Miami has appeared to match up very well physically to Cincinnati, but they just really went ground and pound on this drive and punched Miami in the teeth pretty much all the way down the field and forced them to defend for 8 straight minutes before punching that one in, and that is a demoralizing possession, but it looks like this one might go to review.
It was very close. Kiner kind of got swallowed up in the middle of the line, and again, he was backing his way into the end zone, so he had his body in between the football and the goal line. It looked like at some point he got across the goal line, but the question is whether or not he came down before that. Won't be anything more than a half yard or so, but they will go to review. 7:38 to go. Third quarter. 16-3 our score. By the way, I have to give a shout to my dad who's holding the replay stick down there. He worked all of last season holding the replay monitor on the sidelines to bring it out to the officials, and at every Miami home game, he didn't get a single review the whole year. They all came on the other side. Today he's had 2 of them. First one went Miami's way with the fumble at the 1-yard line that went out the back of the end zone for a touchback at the death of the first half. The best the RedHawks could get here would be a very high percentage 3rd and goal for the Bearcats from inside the 1. The officials are going to take a good look at this. First review was really quick. Could not have looked at it for more than 1 or 2 times and got the chance to look at that play at the half, and it was not particularly close. Looked like the official that made the call was blocked, and that's why he didn't see it live. All right, the headset's off. We get our call. Call stands, touchdown. So the Bearcats will bring on the PAT unit and have a chance to go up 17-3 here with 7:38 to go in this third quarter.
Just a demoralizing possession, as we said earlier, for Miami. They really worked so hard in that first half, multiple possessions. They were able to hold the door against this UC offense, but Cincinnati with some great play calls on 3rd and 4th down throughout this drive in order to keep it going and eventually cash in there with Corey Kiner. And now Miami, the focus shifts to the offense, and it's never been more important so far in this season for Miami to get in the end zone, which they still have not found a way to do so far this season. There would not be a better time than right now for that to change for the RedHawks.
PAT is knocked through by Nathan Hawks, and Cincinnati is up 17-3 with 7:38 to go in this third quarter. Miami just a handful of teams, one of just a handful of teams around the country that has not scored a touchdown yet this year. Like you said, one of the biggest drives of the season to date will come on the other side of the break. Stepping aside from Yager Stadium, 17-3, Bearcats our score. RedHawks get the ball back when we return. In the battle for the victory bell, you're listening to Miami Football on RedHawk Radio.
State of affairs. Half the people die while the rest of us are splitting hairs. It's a good world gone bad.
7:38 to go, third quarter. It's UC 17 and Miami 3. And Addison, you spoke in the break after a demoralizing drive, as you put it, for the RedHawk defense and giving up that touchdown out of halftime. Realize how essential that play at the goal line was at the end of that first half to get the fumble, because the Bearcats really could have put the hurt on Miami with a touchdown coming out of the break should they have scored, as they should have in that first half. Kickoff will come into the wind, but no problem, as it is knocked way out of the end zone from Hawks. Kevin Davis will let that go, and Miami will start from the 25-yard line. Brett Gabbert has been good when he's had time. That has been an if. He's 10 for 13 with an interception, and will get his first chance in this second half, nearly halfway through this third quarter, down 2 scores for the first time.
Yeah, he's been sacked twice in this game, and that interception as well. Wasn't sacked on it, but pressure certainly influenced his ability to make that throw. And if Miami's going to have a chance to win at this game, they're going to have to give Gabbert a clean pocket the rest of the way and start moving the ball down the field.
Gabbert throws screen far side, complete to McDonald, working his way past his blocker. 3 Bearcats get to him before the sticks. McDonald fights through for an extra yard to the 34 and 35. Move the chains, 10-yard gain and first down.
You can expect to see a lot of Cade McDonald down the stretch in this game, especially with how the score is looking. Miami is looking to put points on the board, looking to put bodies in the end zone.
McDonald set up Miami's only points with a 43-yard catch in the first half. RedHawks settled for a field goal. 2 receivers either side. A flinch up front from Dante Corleone of Cincinnati, but he stayed behind the neutral zone. Play clock at 3. Gabbert gets the snap from the gun, looking right, now looking left, and Gabbert will run. Setting his feet, he zips it to the far side. It's incomplete. Kind of a half throwaway there. There was a receiver in the area, and Andre Johnson, but Gabbert flushed out of the pocket and under pressure just got rid of that for the incompletion. It's 2nd and 10. With 6:45 to go in this third quarter, Miami down 17-3. They'll have it from the right hash on their own 35-yard line.
And Logan Wilson and Jacob Golday for Cincinnati on that play did a really good job watching Brett Gabbert roll out of the pocket, making sure that they stayed home on their receivers and didn't give Gabbert an opportunity to extend that play with his legs.
McDonald motioned right to left out of the pistol. Gabbert gets the snap, finds McDonald near side. 2 men in front of him and no blockers. McDonald worms out of the first tackle, but forward progress stopped after a couple yards. Gets him up to the 38-yard line for a gain of 3, and it's 3rd down and call it 7 for Miami. RedHawks not quite as efficient on 3rd down in the first half as the Bearcats. Cincinnati converted 5 times, Miami just twice on 7 attempts. But as we've seen the RedHawks go to pretty much all game, it's 5 wide on 3rd down. 3 to the right, 2 to the left. And a Cincinnati player came swarming into the backfield there. No movement up front from Miami. And looks like just a mistime of the snap count there will bring Miami 5 yards closer. That was bizarre. I mean, nobody really moved on either side. It wasn't a situation where a guy flinched each way and you're wondering who broke first.
Looked like that hard count there from Gabbert just threw off. It looked
Eric
like
Phillips.
Eric Phillips,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, just came running right into the backfield with a clear path to Brett Gabbert. That's because the ball wasn't snapped. Miami will now bring the big guns up front. It's 3rd down and 3. Gabbert motioning Davis from left to right, fakes the handoff. Gabbert setting his feet, throwing the deep ball down the middle of the field. He's got a man, and he hits him. It's Kevin Davis to the near side of the end zone. Touchdown! Check it, rather, it's Virgil. But regardless, a huge home run play on 3rd down and short. There is a flag down on the far side of the field in the secondary. However, it did appear Virgil was getting tugged on a little bit. It's a sideline warning. Yep, as you said, against Cincinnati, and the touchdown stands. Wow, that's the fireworks that the RedHawks needed. Virgil just burnt his man clean. And the Miami veteran scores that one for the RedHawks with 5:32 to go. On comes Dom Jobin for the PAT with a chance to cut it back to 1 score. Kick is up. It is right down the pipe and good. Reggie Virgil's catch goes for 58 yards. 15 after the catch for Virgil in the clear. And Miami delivers the necessary punch back out of halftime with 5:32 to go. RedHawks score their first touchdown of the season and cut the lead to 7. It's Cincinnati 17 and Miami 10.
And that play that got Virgil open deep was really made by the pre-snap motion of Kevin Davis. All eyes for Cincinnati were on Davis, leaking out into that little wheel route that Gabbert hit him for a big play earlier in this game, and they just lost track of Reggie Virgil behind, and then the defensive backs trying to recover for Cincinnati didn't have enough speed, and one of them even fell down and just left Virgil wide open, and then Gabbert, who's made a couple very nice throws down the field on that deep ball, just put it right in a position for Virgil to run underneath it and run directly into the end zone. Perfect execution on that play call there from that Miami offense. And just a great use of pre-snap motion and eye candy from Coach Chuck Martin to diagnose that defense and open up over the top for Reggie Virgil.
And what guts from this coaching staff on a drive where it felt almost essential to at least get points on the board. You're facing a third down and short. You bring all the big guys in, and in an offense built on the shotgun that rarely goes under center, you do. But then you bank your whole drive and potentially the game on your quarterback connecting on the deep shot. The veteran Brett Gabbert does just that. And Miami's right back in it, down 7 with 5.5 to go in the third. So the RedHawks will kick this one back away to Cincinnati. And again, this feels a little bit like that game last year. Hardly last season did that game go perfectly for this Miami team. Remember, in the first half, they fumbled on the edge of their own red zone. That gave Cincinnati the ball, and they got a fourth down stop. Cincinnati ran the fake punt on their own end of the field that set up what could have been a game-winning field goal. I mean, there were plenty of plays that did not go Miami's way in the meeting last year. It was not just a perfect storm of elements that brewed an upset, but this Miami team fought through it, and at the moment appears to have the elements to fight through it and have a close game coming up here down the stretch. Big thing, though, is can your defense that, in all honesty, looked pretty gassed coming out of the halftime break get you a big stop here?
Yeah, and that is going to be the key. Those big plays and those quick drives can really sort of plague a defense, as you said, their ability to stay, energized and fresh throughout the course of the game. But offense did what it needed to do on that play. They answered back the UC touchdown. And now if you're Miami on defense, they've covered well over the top, but they're going to have to get stronger up front against the run. Corey Kiner was able to break a few, get some chunk plays for the UC offense. And it's going to be crucial for Miami to fortify that run defense on this drive if they want a chance to win this game. And you can expect Cincinnati to go back to that slow, methodical style of offense that has worked for them their last couple drives and continue to shave down some clock as we near the fourth quarter of this game.
Cincinnati's last drive, 12 plays, 75 yards across 7 minutes and 22 seconds. And now Kellen McLaughlin with the ball at the 35. Boots it away with backwind and end-over-end kick that lands in the back of the end zone for a touchback. Interestingly, Addison, it's been back by committee for a UC team that does not typically go for that, considering the prowess they have in their RB1 of Corey Kiner, but Evan Pryor has been good. They've even gone to a couple other guys in the backfield. Dawson and Williams have had touches as well. And Cincinnati spreading out these reps a little bit. 20 total rushing attempts, and just half of them coming from Kiner.
Yeah, we didn't see a ton from Corey Kiner in that first half. A lot of reps, as you said, to Williams and Dawson and even Pryor as well, but a lot of that speaks to, I think, the strategy to keep Kiner fresh for the second half, which is exactly what they did in that first drive and really took advantage of his fresh legs.
And they'll hand it off to him on first down. He scampers across the 30-yard line before he is swung down at the 30-31. They'll mark him at the 30. It's a 5-yard gain after Oscar McWood made the tackle. 2nd down and 5 coming up for Cincinnati, who will roll this third quarter clock likely under 5 minutes or near it when they get this snap off. They lead it 17-10. 3 receivers right, 2 to the left. Check it, 1 to the left, and now a motion man from right to left is Tony Johnson. It's 2 receivers either side. Out of the gun, snap and a fake handoff. Sorsby throws, a bullet complete to the far side. Shuffling out of bounds across the Miami 40-yard line to the 42 goes Xavier Henderson. And again, those easy, quick throws to the exterior are giving Miami trouble on defense.
And they're trying to protect over the top because Sorsby does have the arm and Henderson the speed to beat those defensive backs on the outside. So you have to sort of respect that and operate with a little bit of cushion. It looks like Eli Blakey might be down on the field for Miami, which would be a huge loss in their secondary.
He's stretching out his left hip, it looks like, right now. He got back up to his feet, it looked like, after that play, and then just kind of crumpled back down.
You got to think maybe with the heat in this game right now, the cramps might be starting to become an issue for both of these squads as we continue to get deeper into this game. You just really hope Blakey's okay and able to continue.
Absolutely. He does get to his feet and with a little bit of a limp will walk off under his own power.
Does look like he's just kind of trying to stretch those legs out and work a cramp out of his.
He's now into a jog. As much as we'd love to put things in sunshine and rainbows for this Miami team, Addison, given that they just cracked off a huge play and have some momentum, just scored a touchdown to make it a 7-point game, if you're going to play the game of who's better conditioned and who's less tired, just based off what we've seen at the end of the first half and now into the second half, it looks like it's Cincinnati without a doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what Cincinnati has done quite well on offense that Miami has not been able to do is, especially that last drive of the first half, was establishing some sort of rhythm. So they've kind of gotten themselves into a bit of a groove that they've been able to execute under these last few drives. And I mean, timeouts like this, injuries like this, you obviously don't want to see players go down, but these are also things that Cincinnati doesn't want to see because they've been able to get in that rhythm, and these disruptions can really kind of mess with that as an offensive team. And you're just kind of hoping, if you're Cincinnati, that doesn't come to pass. But Miami also a chance to kind of catch their breath and get some, a little bit more of an energy rejuvenation here for the rest of this game. But these timeouts are certainly ones that you try to take advantage of if you're a coach.
We're at the point in the game where last week disaster struck for Cincinnati. We mentioned it a little bit, but just kind of an allusion to it earlier in the broadcast. Cincinnati had a 27-6 lead with a minute left in the third quarter last week against Pitt at home. And the Bearcats proceeded to give up 22 in the final 16 minutes of the game. A go-ahead field goal with under a minute left lifted the Panthers to a victory. And the River City rivalry, an interesting rivalry that's returned in non-conference play for the Bearcats, but just a crushing loss, and this Bearcats fan base was not very happy with how that last quarter transpired for a Cincinnati team that really looked dominant in the first almost 3 quarters of that game. They went in relatively even projections-wise with that Pitt team. It was supposed to be a close game. In the end, it was, but did not look like Pitt had an answer for this offense that was rolling. Sorsby was Big 12 newcomer the week after his performance against Towson, and again had a great first half against Pitt. It looked like Cincinnati was just going to roll all over the Panthers, and credit to that Pitt team, but also Cincinnati just lost a win that was in their hands last week.
Yeah, and that's certainly in the back of your mind if you're Cincinnati. You've got this lead, as you said, getting down to that point of the game. Those are things that can creep back into your mind if you let them. And that doubt is something that Miami can take advantage of if they start to sense some blood in the water with this UC team.
2 receivers right and 1 to the left on 2nd and 5. The handoff, spinning around. Kiner sheds the initial tackle, gets to the line of scrimmage, and is dropped. After actually a nice gain, he got across the 45 to the 47. It's a gain of 6 on first down. 2nd and 4 coming up with the clock churning as we approach 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. It's UC 17 and Miami 10. Ball on the 48-yard line. Bearcats have often approached and crossed midfield in this game. Bearcats have punted just a couple of times so far. 2nd down and 4, 3 receivers short side to the left and 1 out wide to the right. Sorsby gets the shotgun snap, fakes the run, throwing near side, out of the wheelhouse and incomplete. Threw it behind Henderson, cutting to the middle of the field. 2 men back in coverage for Miami. Michael Yarborough, one of them. Along with it appeared to be a backup safety for the RedHawks. That was in there, and now we've got a shaken up Bearcat that will halt things before this 3rd down and 4. That's a misfire that we saw from Sorsby on the first couple of drives. Did a really good job, though, to get away from that in the middle part of this game.
Yeah, I think he was trying to sort of sense what Luke Evans, the defensive back, was doing on Xavier Henderson there, and Evans just got really physical with Henderson on the line of scrimmage, and I think Henderson kind of broke a little bit sharper across the field than Sorsby expected, causing that ball to be behind him. But these Miami corners have done a good job in the middle of the field, really breaking up passes. Rayon Strader has had quite a few nice plays, as well as Eli Blakey. And Luke Evans just kind of taking a page out of their book right there, and now a crucial third down. If you're the RedHawks, a stop here completely changes the outlook of this game if you're Miami.
RedHawks showing some pressure on 3rd and 4, 2 receivers both sides. Stacked twins to the left as Sorsby gets the snap. Plenty of time to throw. Nothing's open. Sorsby thinks about tucking. Now throws near side. He's got Henderson at the Miami 40. Hauling it in and getting rolled down right at the 40-yard line. Henderson pointing first down Bearcats as they get the necessary yardage, picking up 8 on 3rd down to the Miami 40. It's a fresh set of downs for UC.
And that's just great pocket awareness once again by Brennan Sorsby. Not forcing anything, trying to run out of the pocket and getting chased down by any Miami defenders, but hangs tight, navigates the pocket with his legs, and then Xavier Henderson once again making himself available to Sorsby for a wide open throw.
Pistol formation on 1st and 10 for Sorsby. Gets a shoulder high snap, hit as he throws, deep ball down the far side is well short of the target, incomplete. Jamoy Mays was one-on-one, it looked like with Strader on the far side. However, looked like an offensive lineman, the left guard, I believe, D'Artagnan Tinsley, got pushed into his quarterback right as he got rid of that football, and that meant the throw was off the mark. 2nd down and 10 coming up for Cincinnati, who will go into the huddle. And we're seeing teams that don't normally do that now do it a little more with the new helmet communication rules here in college football. 2 receivers on both sides. There's a running back in the backfield on the left. An unsuspecting snap for Sorsby, and now points, throws near side. It's off the hands of the defensive back, incomplete. Silas Walters had that ball thrown. Not quite in easy territory to make a pick, but certainly a playable ball. Sorsby, it looked like, was calling audibles from the line of scrimmage, and the snap came back to him. Now it's 3rd and 10.
Yeah, there's some frustration from Sorsby right now, trying to communicate the plays to his offense. Nearly a crucial mistake from the UC offense. Oscar McWood almost able to take advantage there.
3rd down and 10, 2:44 to go in this 3rd quarter. 17-10, the Bearcats lead. 2 receivers on both sides. Pryor, the running back in the backfield, left of his quarterback Sorsby. Has the snap. Sorsby looking to throw. Bullet near side, and it's incomplete. Receiver down to the ground. It was Royer, the tight end, arguing that he was wrapped up. Another chance to maybe make a play on that ball, but no dice for Cincinnati. 3 straight incompletions, and it's 4th down.
We'll see if they line up for the long field goal. Once again, it looks like they are just going to punt this, but Oscar McWood once again in coverage there for Miami. Good physical coverage on the tight end Royer, which is how you have to be with receivers who are much bigger and have a much bigger frame, and that's exactly what Oscar McWood did there to force that ball out of bounds.
On the left hash of his own 10, Cade McDonald awaits. And the kick is an end-over-end punt. McDonald fakes the catch. It takes a Miami hop rolling outside the hash to the 11, where it's scooped up for Cincinnati by Jared Bartlett, who picked it up. And it will be down at the 11-yard line. Little risky there for McDonald to not go for the fair catch. Bearcats had 4 players waiting inside the 5. If that took a Cincinnati hop, fortunately for Miami, it did not. And with 2:28 to go in the 3rd quarter, down 7, Miami will bring the offense back out. Off the touchdown drive for the RedHawks that lasted 4 plays over 2:06 and went 75 yards. This time they'll need 89 to try and find the end zone. Twins left and right for Gabbard out of the shotgun. He hands it off up the middle. It's Mosey crashing across the line of scrimmage. He is pushed all the way back into the backfield after a 1-yard gain. Stop made by Bartlett, veteran, who's got 3 TFLs this season. That one comes after a short gain of 1.
And Keon Mosey has just had a really hard time finding any sort of room, only 2 yards per carry in this one today. Cincinnati's done a very good job bottling him up in the middle. not allowing him to burst through any holes, because when he gets down north and south and in the open field, he's got blazing speed.
Two receivers both sides. Gabbert back to throw. Pressure up the middle, airing it deep down the near side, and it falls incomplete, intended for Virgil. Miami sideline blows up looking for PI, but no flag comes in. It'll be third down.
And that was well covered by Cincinnati, but very physical coverage there from Devin Johnson, the Cincinnati defensive back, and Virgil just kind of got wrapped up with him, and I guess the officials kind of erred on the side of hand fighting and just physicality between the two players, but certainly a break for Cincinnati not to draw a flag there.
Upon replay showed maybe a little bit of acting as well from Virgil. Third down and 9 coming up. Gabbert gets the snap with 5 wide. Pressure off the edge, rolling near side. He'll zip it near side again. Virgil makes a jumping grab. No, it's broken up. Oh, he pulled it in, and right before he got his 2 feet on the ground, the ball was pushed out. Trayvon Gola-Callard got his paw in there to break that up. Virgil almost made an unbelievable leaping catch, but just could not hang on to the back end of that catch. After getting 2 hands on the football, Miami will punt it from their own 11. Clean snap. Bevelheimer has to get it away quickly, and it does. This is a good punt, and Smith gets back to his own 40-yard line, where he's met immediately and dropped by Silas Walters. Gets to the 41. Silas Walters, the nation's leader in special teams tackles a season ago. He's moved into more of a role on Miami's defense, but still wanting to play that ST, and has done a great job over the last couple seasons for this Red Hawk group. 90 seconds remain in this third quarter, and Cincinnati will get the ball back from their own 41-yard line after forcing a 3-and-out up 17-10. Sorsby and this offense got a little bit past this before being forced to punt last time. Miami hoping to get back to more of that 3-and-out territory that they threatened early on in the game, but just haven't really had of late. Pistol formation for Sorsby with 3 to the right side. Ball on the right hash, and Sorsby gets the snap. It's a handoff to Kiner off the left side of the line. Kiner swings around a tackle, but is dropped after a short gain of about 1 to the 42-yard line. And it'll be 2nd and 9.
Looked like Matt Salopek was in the blue tent for a little bit. He's back out on the field for Miami. A good sign for this defense. His leadership is just so huge for this defense that's really laden with experience, which makes them such a tough unit to go up against.
Salopek back on the field, one of a couple defensive captains with Ty Wise, who waits alongside him. On 2nd and 9, Sorsby fakes the run, pressure, throwing to the far side. It's incomplete. Behind the receiver, heading up the sideline, and Henderson covered by Strader. That's been the matchup to watch, but Sorsby's been very off and on. He hasn't usually put it right outside the window. It's usually been a dot or not close, and that time a couple yards behind his receiver to bring up a 3rd and long. 49 seconds to go, and it's 3rd and 9 in this third quarter.
Really good physicality there on the outside from Rayon Strader as well. These DBs are not giving near as much cushion on the edge as they were earlier on.
3rd and 9 from the Bearcat 41. Sorsby with time. Now he's flushed, in trouble. Sorsby goes down. 3 RedHawks into the backfield for Miami's 2nd sack.
And once again, Xavier Henderson on the outside, not able to beat past Rayon Strader. And then Tony Johnson covered by Luke Evans on the near side. Just pressed into the ground right off the line of scrimmage. Nowhere for Sorsby to look, and with the pressure by this Miami defensive line. And a lot of momentum for the RedHawks as we're winding down towards the fourth quarter.
Corey Suttle and Corbin Hondrew credit him with half a sack. Cincinnati does not have to snap the ball in this third quarter, and they won't. They'll take it to the break. It's 4th and 12. The Bearcats will punt. Headed to the final 15. Exactly where we wanted to be, having a good one here between Miami and Cincinnati. RedHawks hoping to get the ball back after the quarter break, and we'll take a break here from Yager Stadium. This is the battle for the victory bell. It's Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Scores up here into the fourth quarter. It's 17-10. Cincinnati set to punt this one away. Back to the RedHawks, down a touchdown as we move into the final quarter of the battle for the victory bell. Alongside Addison, Lenhart, Luke West, Poley with you. The kick is a high end-over-end punt back for Cade McDonald, signaling fair catch, and makes it just inside the Miami 20-yard line on the left hash. They'll mark him at the 19. Okay field position for Miami to start. 6 seconds into this fourth quarter. All right, RedHawks go 3 and out, but defense proves huge for a RedHawk team that has prided themselves on that side of the ball over the last few years. Finally getting that signature stop they were hoping for with a third down sack. Big drive coming up for these RedHawks. 81 yards to the end zone and needing at least some points moving into this fourth quarter.
Yeah, and they've really done a good job defensively covering those intermediate routes that were plaguing them so badly in that first half and the beginning of this half as well. The last 2 drives, they've really cleaned that up and made Brennan Sorsby very uncomfortable in the pocket and got him on that sack on that last 4th down. But yes, now a very important offensive drive for the RedHawks, down a possession, and chances are running out.
2 receivers on both sides for Gabbert. He's got Brunson with him in the backfield. Fakes the handoff and has time to throw. Gabbert still with plenty of time, now rolling away. Gabbert in serious trouble, escaping to the far side, rips it deep down the field. It's off the DB's hands and incomplete. Just ill-advised. It felt like Gabbert had so many chances to throw that ball away. Avoided taking the sack, which you like, but man, he left that thing on a platter for a couple of Bearcats that got to that football, and fortunately for Miami, it falls harmlessly incomplete.
Just uncharacteristic from the 6th-year senior. Flushed out of the pocket, and then the smart play is to throw that one as far out of bounds as you can possibly get it, and Gabbert tried to force that one and is lucky to not have turned the ball over there.
Mosey with the handoff, and he is dropped right at the line of scrimmage. Mosey gets nothing on 2nd down, and it's 3rd and 10 for Miami at risk of another 3 and out here, needing something clutch to convert.
This Miami run game has just not been able to get going in this one. Kevin Davis and Dylan Downing, in my opinion, have been the most impressive backs that we've seen so far in this game, but Keon Mosey has really not been able to string any sort of yards together. And Miami backed up behind the sticks again on a 3rd and long.
Miami's gained just 35 yards, the net, in part due to that muff punt. 7 for the RedHawks. 5 wide for Brett Gabbert. Puts his hands over his ears, gets the snap. Gabbert seeing pressure off the edge. Gabbert tripped up and goes down. Gabbert at the 15-yard line. It's Eric Phillips, the 6th-year defensive end, only Bearcat, who's been here for all 6, making the stop. It's a loss of 3, and Miami will have to boot it away and hope for another stop.
Phillips has really dominated his matchup on the edge, but Gabbert just not stepping up into the pocket quickly enough on that play. Gabbert had room in front of him to step up and avoid that sack, but Phillips was able to get to his legs and bring him down.
Spiraling end-over-end kick from Bevelheimer makes its way beyond the 40 and takes a Miami bounce where the RedHawks will down it at the Cincinnati 35. That's a good punt from Bevelheimer. He was on the Ray Guy watch list. Start to the season hasn't gone as planned by any means for the Miami punter, but Miami needed a good one, and they got one. Down to the 35-yard line go the Bearcats with 13:14 to go in regulation time. Cincinnati with the ball back up, a touchdown. Miami needs a stop defensively. See if they can get it when we come back. 17-10 our score with the Bearcats in front. You're listening to the battle for the victory bell, Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. 13-14 to go, fourth quarter. Cincinnati 17 and Miami 10, our score in the battle for the victory bell. Miami Shakerettes are still on the field as RedHawks are trying to get them off the field as fast as possible coming out of this timeout. Cincinnati will take it 1st and 10 from their own 35. RedHawks had a chance but went 3 and out. Last 2 drives have resulted in that for Miami with a chance to tie the game. Now they'll need their defense to get another stop. Sorsby's out of the pistol on 1st and 10. Fakes the handoff right, instead gives left for Pryor, and he's got room to run. Pryor up the seam down the left side, and Pryor gets out of a tackle. Into the clear goes Pryor, down the left side, inside the 10, and into the end zone. Flipping the game on its head, the Ohio State transfer, Evan Pryor. 65-yard house call. Just one play needed for the Bearcats to go back up 2 scores.
It's just a tough break for Miami, and Pryor was kind of testing the waters in that first half. Corey Kiner getting the bulk of the work in the second half, which meant that Pryor had fresh legs, and it certainly appeared like he did on that play right there. Great burst, and blocking downfield from the Cincinnati receivers allowed him to navigate his way all the way to the end zone, and that is a back-breaking touchdown allowed by this Miami defense.
PAT is put through by Hawks, and with 13:01 to go in this fourth quarter, Cincinnati back up 2 touchdowns, Bearcats 24 and Miami 10. All right, Miami's got to get the ball back. This is far from out of the question. Again, when you're looking at this UC team, they had a more comfortable lead at this point in the game last week. Didn't end up on top in that one. But this RedHawk team has really got to bear down offensively. And you just feel pained now by those back-to-back 3 and outs with a chance to even the game up or at least get within 4 points. Now your offense has got an uphill battle to the finish line with just over 13 minutes left to go.
You really can't give enough credit, honestly, to this UC offense and the adjustments that they've made in order to put themselves in this position. Only 72 total yards they had with 6 minutes left in the second quarter. They've managed to rack up 340 total yards now with 13 minutes to go in the fourth. So about a quarter and a half and 250-ish yards of offense roughly for this UC offense. It has completely changed the game. They've had Miami's defense on their heels ever since that final drive of the second half. And you could kind of see that Cincinnati had found something that they liked on that final drive of the first half, and they've taken advantage of every mistake Miami has made in the second half.
So the RedHawk offense will get set to have this one back. UC will kick it away from right to left with the wind at their backs. Wonder if UC maybe tries to pooch this short and see if they can pin the RedHawks with some bad field position to really try and put the nail in Miami right now, a drive that Miami needs points. Need to start running the ball, but also, as we thought might be the case, Brett Gabbert's very hot start has slowed down a little bit. 13 for 20 for 221 yards, which is a good stat line in its own right. It's actually near identical to a stat line from last season in this game. However, bulk of those incompletions have come in this second half, and the bulk of the yardage in the second half off the big play to Reggie Virgil for the touchdown. It's not time to hit the panic button yet for this Miami team, but certainly maybe you have to start making some adjustments to an offense that struggled to move.
Yeah, this is a must-score possession, and a touchdown here changes the outlook significantly of this game if you're able to score and force Cincinnati to get another first down. But Cincinnati has absolutely no reason to want to try and pass the ball, which is really where Miami's been able to take advantage in the second half when Cincinnati has dropped back to pass. But as we saw on that last run play by Pryor, I think this Miami defense is starting to feel a little bit of the fatigue.
Kick from right to left, flies end over end into the back of the end zone for a touchback, and Miami will start from the 25-yard line. Miami's dealt with some sacks, 3 of them in total, and they had the punt gone awry to Alec Bevelheimer that have kind of deceived us when you look at the rushing yard numbers because it's just 4 yards. But even though that doesn't tell the full story, what it does tell is that Miami just hasn't been able to run the ball today. And they'll start 5 wide on this possession with the ball on the right hash. 13:01 to go. Fourth quarter, Miami down 24-10. Second 2-touchdown lead Cincinnati's had in this game. Gabbert gets the snap, flings far side. Johnson reels it in. Up next to the sideline at the 32-yard line. Got a bubble of space against the pursuing defensive back. Ormani Arnold gave him some room. And Johnson, the Arizona State transfer, secures a high throw for a pickup of 7 on first down. Clock still moving. Miami not going turbo mode, but a little bit quicker. 3 receivers right, 2 to the left. Again, empty for Gabbert on 2nd and 3. Ball on the left hash of the Miami 32. Gabbert gets the snap, looking left, throwing left at the sticks. It's complete. Heavy hit put on Dylan Downing, the running back who was lined up out wide right near the sticks. He's got enough to the 41. It's a first down. Or rather the 35, excuse me.
Miami doing a good job of taking what Cincinnati is giving them, but these 5 or 6 yard checkdowns are only going to get them so far with the clock winding down at the rate that it is. Down 2 possessions, and time is dwindling for Miami. You expect them to take some shots down the field at some point on this drive.
Gabbert again 5 wide, waiting, pocket collapsing. Gabbert escapes, running to the far side, and Gabbert gets out of bounds. Hot pursuit from Jordan Young, the crashing cornerback for Cincinnati. And Gabbert also evading Dante Corleone in the backfield. The Godfather couldn't get to him. He's out of bounds after a 2-yard gain.
Gabbert has really struggled when Cincinnati has been able to make him uncomfortable in the pocket. Hasn't done the best job of navigating that pressure and putting himself in a good position to make a play, but able there to at least get a few yards positively for Miami.
First time Miami this drive has had a back in the backfield. Gabbert takes the shotgun snap and looks to throw. Gabbert zips to the far side. It's caught. Dodging around tacklers. It looks like Virgil has it right on midfield. He's dragged down there. Reggie Virgil with the catch. Up to the 50-yard line. Gain of 13. Clock moves under 11 minutes with Miami down 2 touchdowns. And right at midfield, it's first down RedHawks.
Yeah, that left side hitch kind of in the middle of the seam there is a throw that Brett Gabbert made with a lot of success against Northwestern last week, and Reggie Virgil just finding space in the defense there and making himself available for the throw from Gabbert.
Ball right in the middle of the field. 2 receivers either side. Gabbert fakes the run, throws far side to Cold Iron. It is caught at the 45. Cold Iron gets crashed on there as 3 Bearcats got on top of him. Got to the 43, they'll give him. And it's 2nd down and 3 coming up for the RedHawks. We approach 10 minutes to go in a 14-point game.
The Cincinnati defense is not showing nearly as much fatigue as Miami's defense is. They've been somewhat conservative on this drive, looking not to give up the big play.
Gabbert will throw it near side on the screen to McDonald. Dodges the first tackler with a blocker and dives at the sideline. A shoestring tackle at around the 36. Tackles made by Derek Canteen, who had the interception earlier in the game in the end zone. 37-yard line is where they'll mark McDonald, but that's enough for a first down.
Yeah, McDonald just has such a nice ability to sense the field and sense where defenders are. He catches it and makes that first move more efficiently than any receiver on this Miami offense, and then the ability to get out of bounds and stop the clock there.
2 receivers right, nobody out left. Jack Cold Iron motion from the left to the right side of the line. Gabbert hands it off. Some trickery for the RedHawks. Gabbert gets it back on the flip. He's got nowhere to throw, but he just takes off running and gets out of bounds at around the 33-yard line. Give him the 32. It's a gain of 5 on first down. 2nd and 5 coming up. RedHawks went to the bag of tricks. Didn't work out, but still positive yardage.
Yeah, that was well covered. Jordan Young and Mekhi Miller for Cincinnati on the back end. Reggie Virgil was breaking towards the end zone, and that was who Gabbert was trying to hit on the deep ball. And Cincinnati able to snuff that one out, but good awareness there by Gabbert to evade the pressure and flush the pocket for a couple of yards.
Two receivers tight to the formation. Twins right, three. Spread wide to the left. Gabbert in an empty set. Clapson gets the snap. Has time to throw. Gabbert now flushed and will chuck it into the stands upon first contact. Looked like potentially Rob Jackson, the defensive end for Cincinnati, or rather, it was Marquesi Parker that just put his hand on Gabbert, and Brett, not playing with it, immediately flung that away. 3rd down and 5 for Miami with 8:38 to go. Clock stopped. RedHawks down 24-10 in the battle for the victory bell. Winner of this one moves ahead in the overall series. 60 wins aside and 7 ties to this point. Again, 5 wide, 3 left, 2 right for Gabbert. 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage, gets the shotgun snap. Gabbert looking, throwing, near side, caught. Kevin Davis first down. He goes down on the catch right at the 22-yard line of Cincinnati. But a quick, confident throw from Brett Gabbert. He seeds it in there. Now approaching 260 yards passing on the game. Miami will move the chains and approach the red zone. Clock under 8:30 now.
This is the efficiency and rhythm that you wanted to see a lot earlier from this Miami offense. This drive, much more sustainable, makes much more sense to navigate a drive like this when you're not down 2 touchdowns with the clock winding.
Gabbert with time will try for the end zone, and one-on-one receiver got tugged, incomplete. There's the flag. It was Javon Tracy. He was well covered up until the point the ball arrived, and then you could see up here the jersey tug by Jordan Robinson, and Miami will get the pass interference call. 15 yards will move Miami to the 7.
Yeah, they elect to go with I guess they said that foul occurred outside of the end zone. If it occurs inside the end zone, that ball goes immediately to the 2-yard line. So a break there for Cincinnati, but that was a nice throw from Brett Gabbert, giving his receiver a good chance to go up and get that one. And just a little too much physicality there from Cincinnati on the back end.
2 receivers left and 1 right for Gabbert. Clock stopped with 8:07 to go in the 4th quarter. Miami down 24-10. Gabbert in the shotgun. Has the snap and looking to throw. Pressure coming up the middle, and Gabbert throws it away. Dante Corleone starting to give Miami fits. Came in with a ton of hype last year. Didn't play a huge impact in this game. This season, Corleone had a medical emergency in the offseason that could have potentially ended his career. He wasn't cleared for football activities until the game last week against Pitt. Missed the opener. He's back. That's a big impact. Forces the throwaway. Gabbert gets the snap on 2nd and goal from the 7. Throwing far side of the end zone. Catch made. Cade McDonald. Touchdown RedHawks. Toe tap for Cade. And Miami's top receiver continues to be a vacuum on the exterior. 7 receptions up to 84 yards. A 7-yard score for Cade McDonald. And Miami, it appears, will go for 2.
And this is an interesting call.
I guess Chuck Martin is thinking here with the way the offense moved on this drive. If he can catch him in rhythm to try and get a chance to win the game, if you could get a stop, he'll jump at that chance. So the RedHawks are going to go for 2 here, down 24-16 with 7:57 to go. Crowd getting loud. 1 receiver to the left, 2 stacked tight to the formation on the right. Gabbert flips it to McDonald, working towards the edge. McDonald ducks inside. He runs into his own teammate, and he's knocked out of bounds. Oh, McDonald got away from the original tackler. Looked like he had a clear lane, but Jack Coldiron just got in the way on the jet sweep, and the try is unsuccessful, and Miami will now need to get a stop, get a touchdown, and go for 2 again to tie the game.
Antoine Peak, number 46 for Cincinnati, did a great job sticking with that play. It looked like McDonald might have been bottled up before he even got a chance to get to Coldiron, but he made a nice move, ran into the back of Coldiron, and then Peak was right there to meet him right before the goal line in order to make that stop, which is huge for Cincinnati, and an interesting call by Coach Chuck Martin. If you get that, you have the momentum and a chance to win the game if you were to get the ball back unscathed. And now the momentum kind of shifts back towards Cincinnati, able to get a defensive stop and have a lot more comfortableness on offense. Not too much pressure for them. All they have to do is get a couple of first downs and run this clock down. But they've got an 8-point cushion, so even if they give Miami the ball back, they're still able to rely on their defense at least to stop them from now getting a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. The pressure lessens significantly for Cincinnati now.
Don't hate the decision, don't hate the play call, don't hate the execution either. It's just kind of a bad luck play for Miami, and unfortunate that it came at that point in time. Cade McDonald's elusiveness has proven to be elite, both as a returner and as a receiver now, taking an increased role in that department this year. Just unfortunate, after he got away from that first tackle, looked like he might have the room to at least make a bid at the pylon and try to dive for the 2-point conversion, but Big Jack Cold Iron's tough to get around, and just a tough break for the RedHawks. So they'll have to kick this back to Cincinnati. They'll look to get a stop. And again, it's still one possession. There's 7:57 left to go. Both teams have all 3 their timeouts. Miami did a good job to stay out of the penalty department in that first half. They're the second least penalized team coming into today in the MAC, and did so again. The issue with that in the first half was they kind of burned a few timeouts, it felt like, unnecessarily early on, and they've done well to fix that here in half 2, and crucially have had to hold on to those timeouts as they might need them down the stretch.
I think another factor that kind of plays into that decision by Coach Martin to go for 2 is this defense is clearly gassed for Miami. You got to wonder how he feels about the prospects of them having to go up against Cincinnati in an overtime period. Maybe not liking the way his guys stack up from a conditioning standpoint to the way this game has gone. Miami has been beaten up on both sides of the ball. Their defense has had to really sustain a lot of drives because of what Cincinnati's been able to do on the ground with Corey Kiner. So I think if you're Coach Martin, you're also kind of looking to keep that in mind and possibly take advantage of any sort of little edge you can get, and just kind of came up short there.
So Miami will boot it away. 7:57 remaining, 4th quarter. Cincinnati 24, Miami 16. RedHawks will kick it into the wind from left to right. Ball on the tee for the redshirt freshman from Louisville, Kellen McLaughlin. Into the run-up. McLaughlin boots away an end-over-end kick that will fall 1 yard deep in the end zone. It will be received there by Logan Wilson, making his way out beyond the 15-yard line, but he is tackled there. Good job to get up and cover for Miami by Jackson Pons, the defensive back. RedHawks are hyped on that stop on special teams to the 20-yard line. And Cincinnati will start from there. Somewhat of a win for Miami, worse than a touchback by 5 yards for Cincinnati team that could have just taken the 25 there. Given the uncertainties with the kickoff coverage unit especially, that's a nice break for Miami.
There's a lot of pressure on this Miami front 7 right now. You know that Corey Kiner and Evan Pryor are going to get a lot of carries on this drive if Cincinnati's able to sustain anything. Miami has got to be able to fill the holes and defend the run.
It's Kiner on first down. Met in the backfield. Kiner fights forward back to the original line of scrimmage, but he is down right on the 20-yard line. Looks like Corbin Hondrew got the first contact, and Ty Wise finished him off at the 20. No gain, 2nd and 10 coming up.
And that's a good start to establish some confidence for this Miami defense right off the bat. Sometimes it's just good to see something positive on that first down.
3 receivers to the right, tight end offset on the other side, rather on the 3 receivers on the left, and that one's flung over the top, and it's caught by the tight end. Down the far side goes Royer. There's a flag in the offensive backfield as Royer's into the clear, down the sideline and into the end zone. 80-yard touchdown for Cincinnati.
I think this one is coming back. UC's offense looks incredulous. I think what they're going to call is an ineligible receiver downfield, one of their offensive linemen. That was an RPO play, and you can't venture deeper than 1 yard down the field if you're an offensive lineman on a play like that, and that's exactly what happened.
So that'll back Cincinnati up 5 yards and replay the second down. 2nd and 15 for the Bearcats. And that's the trouble with those RPOs. You can do what Cincinnati just did and crack off a huge play, but those linemen up front have to be very, very careful, and unfortunately for Cincinnati, they crossed that line. So it's 1st and 15. Bearcats will back up, rather 2nd and 15 from their own 15-yard line. 7:01 remains. 4th quarter, Bearcats up 24-16. And now also, if you're Cincinnati, you kind of shown your hand a little bit. You figured that Bearcats were going to ground and pound the run, but if there was a chance to throw the ball, it would be on that type of RPO play. And now Miami has seen it. Cats out of the back. Pistol formation here for Sorsby. And he will hand it off to Kiner on 2nd and 15. Met at the line, and no room from Corey Kiner. He will now fight forward, actually, for a couple of yards. The pile kind of pushed him with a second effort. I apologize. That was a mistake on my part. That play wasn't over. He gets 4 on 2nd down and 15, and that will bring up a long 3rd down coming up for the Bearcats. Or rather, 2nd down. They've announced it as 2nd down on the scoreboard. I believe the scoreboard's wrong. They said it on the PA. This should be 3rd down. Marker on one end of the field says 2nd, the other says 3rd. That 1st down play stood, 2nd down one did not. It's 3rd down here for UC. Backed up behind the sticks, they'll need 12. Sorsby gets the snap, 4-man rush, looking, pumping far side, pocket collapsing. Sorsby escaping, but now he's smothered. Getting forward to the 20-yard line. He'll get 2, so it won't be a sack, but Miami comes up big, getting the stop, and as we move under 6 minutes left to go, Cincinnati will have to punt.
That's exactly what this defense needed to do. They stuffed the run. At least were able to sort of stunt the momentum that Kiner has built in this second half, only allowed him to gain 4 yards at most on a play. And then they put the pressure on Sorsby, forced UC into an obvious passing down, covered well on the back end, and they've given themselves now a chance. And depending on this punt, could be set up with some decent field position.
Cade McDonald's at his own 32. Kick is away from Fletcher. End over end kick. Fair catch called for and made right at the 32-yard line. And to avoid his own man there, flying in for the RedHawks. Back on kick coverage. The catch is made by McDonald, and Miami will start from the 31. 5:20 left to go. It's 24-16 Bearcats. There was all sorts of confusion as everything in the stadium read 3rd down. On that 4th down play, it was 4th down. UC punted, got that all squared away. And now Miami will start from the 31. No timeout. Right back out here for this RedHawk offense. Biggest drive of the season to this point. And 6th-year Brett Gabbert, for the 2nd time in as many games, has a chance to go down the field and tie the game with a touchdown. 3 receivers right, 2 to the left for Gabbert. Hands over his ears for Brett as he eyes his O-line. Gabbert collapsing, gets the snap. Bearcats rush 3. Gabbert with time. He's going to go deep down the middle. McDonald is open, and he jumps up and makes the catch. Cade McDonald inside the 20-yard line and ripped out of bounds at the 18. Dialing up the deep ball. It's Cade McDonald, of course. Now over 100 yards on the day for the senior. And with under 5 minutes to play, RedHawks into the red zone as Miami will pick up 51 yards on the catch. 1st and 10 from the Cincinnati 18. Empty set. Gabbert claps once, barking to the right side. 2 receivers left, 3 to the right. Gabbert claps, gets the snap, pressure off the edge again, going for McDonald in the end zone. He catches it. Was he in bounds? No, he was not. Did he hang on to the football? Also, it does not appear he did either. Got his hands on that one. I don't think the real estate was there for McDonald to make that play, even if he hung on to that football, but it got jarred loose late, and it's an incompletion.
That was a beautifully placed ball there for Brett Gabbert. double covered in the corner of the end zone was Cade McDonald, and he just floated it over both defenders there.
And as I say that, Addison, looking on replay, it looked like McDonald actually did get the feet in, so if he would have hung on, that would have been a touchdown. Regardless, it's 2nd and 10 for Miami. Initially, empty set. Now Kevin Davis motioned into the offensive backfield. Gabbert gets the snap, looking right. He'll push it near corner of the end zone, and it's incomplete. Just not on the same page there with the two receivers on the right side for Miami. It was Virgil and Johnson that were there. They were both in the end zone. Gabbert looks like he knew where he was throwing that ball, but it crossed the sideline at about the 5-yard line, so well off target, and it's 3rd and 10.
It looked like the protection for Miami kind of broke down a little bit there as well, trying to drift out towards the right side. Cincinnati was able to heat up Brett Gabbert a little bit there. This is a huge 3rd down now with 4:27 to go. You're not really trying to get this all in one piece, just putting yourself in a better position to convert the 4th down.
Gabbert gets the snap with 5 wide, throws underneath, catch made by Cold Iron, trying to work forward. He gets to the 12, so Miami gets about half of it. They'll get 6, and it'll set up a 4th down and 4. And the RedHawks, you got to balance here, going quick and getting the right play call in. As we move under 4 minutes to go, it is 4th and 4. Miami 0 for 1 today, going on 4th down. They did not try it at all in week 1. They were the worst team in the MAC last year at going for it on 4th. 2 receivers either side. Gabbert out of the gun. Biggest play of the game with under 4 to go. Gabbert gets the snap. Bearcats rush 4. Gabbert will float over the top looking for McDonald. It's broken up. Flag comes in late. Oh, goodness. Gabbert threw that into double coverage. And Jordan Young just cannot believe that that flag was thrown.
There was quite a bit of contact, it looked like, I thought, before the throw. And McDonald was certainly being beat up, kind of at the 2 or 3 yard line.
Officials will discuss here now. Chuck Martin's not happy. And they pick up the flag. Oh, no.
Wow.
It's tough to say. I mean, throwing into double coverage, your hopes can't be too high. And again, in real time, did it look like a penalty? Probably not. But man, just hurts to give a team hope like that with the flag down on 4th. Game is not over by any means. Still 3:43 left to go. And Cincinnati will have the ball backed up on their own 12-yard line. Miami still with all 3 timeouts, but can they control the Bearcat run game?
Just a few interesting play calls, in my opinion. Inside the 20 there for Miami, chose to take multiple shots at the end zone early on, and then on that final play, only needing 4 yards to convert the 1st down, they decide to throw it to the end zone into double coverage once again.
So Sorsby will back up to the shotgun with 2 receivers left, nobody right. Tight end stacked right side of the line. Man motion from right to left, and the handoff goes to Kiner, dodging the first tackler. Now the second. Did he go down? Yes, he did. Kind of stumbled, and his knee approached the turf and just scraped it before he got back up. The second effort would have got him close to the 1st down. Instead, he'll get 4. And Miami not playing with it here. Timeout called right away. Still time, 3:34 left to go, but Chuck Martin is banking on a 3 and out.
And at this point, that's what it's going to take. Cincinnati, if they're able to convert a 1st down here, Miami does not have the timeouts. Well, with this amount of time, they do. But if Cincinnati's able to continue to shave time, using that timeout so early on could come back to haunt Miami.
You also think, though, Addison, potentially, if Miami's working here for the 2-minute timeout, which is new in college football,
Certainly.
because of that, you could be looking at, if you get a 3 and out, to have the ball back still with a timeout in your pocket, which
Certainly.
could be the rationale for Chuck Martin. But anyways, Cincinnati will come back out in the shotgun, 2nd and 6. 3:34 to go in the game. They're up 8, 24-16. The Bearcat lead. They've got it from the left hash of their own 16-yard line. Motion into the backfield, window dressing. It's a handoff up the middle to Kiner. Room to run near the sticks. He's marked just short. That last effort diving near the marker for Kiner got him right to about where he needed, but he's a half yard short, and 3rd down and inches will result for Cincinnati. Miami will keep the timeout in pocket as we move under 3:10 to go. 3rd down and inches coming up.
And not surprising with such a high percentage down that Coach Martin decided to hold that timeout. And now if they get the first down here, you've got the clock stopping and then the 2-minute timeout and then still 2 timeouts remaining.
Handoff up the middle. Kiner fights through the first tackler and now breaks into the secondary. Corey Kiner across midfield, and he's still on his feet and finally dragged down at the 38-yard line. So much trouble getting home for Miami. They got to Kiner again in the backfield and couldn't bring him down. 3 missed tackles that time from the RedHawks. Kiner with a huge gain. Walters finally put him down. But this just got very tough for this RedHawks team as Cincinnati approaches field goal range and the clock is not on Miami's side. 2:18 and counting left to go. Cincinnati does not need to snap it before the 2-minute timeout, and they will not. So we will take it to the 2-minute timeout, and it's 24-16 Cincinnati with the ball on the Miami 39-yard line. All right, 2-minute timeout. TV stepped aside. We'll stay here for this. 2 minutes to go, 2 timeouts left for Miami. And man, Corey Kiner, who was largely bottled up by this RedHawk team in the meeting last year, has just plagued the RedHawks. 119 yards on the ground. That latest carry going for 40 was his longest of the afternoon and might have put the dagger in. Miami not mathematically out yet, but they will need a stop and then likely have to go a long way without much time to do so.
Matt Salopek on that last play looked like he had a great shot to bring Kiner down well behind the line of scrimmage, but as we talked about earlier in this game, Kiner's just got such great balance and strength. He was able to absorb that hit and stay running and burst through that hole, and then Miami just not able to bring him down before he was able to gash them for a big play. And this has really been a strong effort on both sides of the ball in the second half for Miami. They've made a couple of key defensive stops. Offensively, they've really started to get it going, put a couple of touchdowns on the board. But Cincinnati's just been able to make more of those real game-changing, crucial plays. And that call, obviously, in the end zone going their way with the picked-up flag that really at least began to put the nail in the coffin of the RedHawks.
Well, if you're Miami, Cincinnati is on the edge of field goal range. They're a yard behind where they were when they kicked their first field goal, and we saw a make from 55 out. Wouldn't be surprised, though, should the RedHawks get 3 quick stops and Cincinnati doesn't get significant headway here, to see Scott Satterfield just punt and make the RedHawks come back the other way, especially up 8 instead of 7. Miami's got no chance to win the game. But the most important thing for the RedHawks, you know what's coming. It's Corey Kiner. You got to stop him.
Cincinnati, you talked about earlier, running back by committee, and Breyer's been huge as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see him also get a few carries, as he has been largely sat in the second half to make way for Corey Kiner. But you got to think that Breyer's got some fresh legs, especially his one big run being that touchdown that really stretched this game near out of reach for Miami. But Cincinnati's done a very good job of handling the workload for both of their tailbacks in this one.
Cincinnati comes back out with Kiner in the backfield. And they've got it 1st and 10 with 2 minutes to go. The snap in the hand goes to Kiner. Shuffling right, he's wrapped up. And will go down at the 38-yard line. Timeout immediately by Chuck Martin. This clock's still running. They'll have to reset it. So we'll check on how much time is put back up there. It's 24-6 Bearcats. A gain of 1 makes it 2nd and 9. Chuck Martin is pointing towards the clock, and 1:55 will be the reset. And Miami will huddle up here. So 1 timeout left for the RedHawks. Again, ball on the 38-yard line. We've already seen Nathan Hawks kick and make from here. It was at this end of the stadium. He's got the wind at his back as well. That would give Cincinnati a chance to put the game away, up 24-16 right now on the very outer edge of a one-possession game right now for the RedHawks. But if you're the Bearcats, A, you'd love to just put this through and kneel after getting a first down. And B, at the very least, you might not want to give Miami good field position pending a field goal miss. So that will come in a couple plays. For now, Miami still will need to get 2 stops and call 1 timeout. Minute 55 remaining with the RedHawks down 8. Sorsby's in the shotgun with Kiner on his left hip. Now motion, Jamoy Mays into the backfield, and the handoff goes up the right side to Kiner. He's swallowed up just outside the 35 to the 36. Another timeout called by Chuck Martin with a minute 49 left to go. It'd be a 53-yard field goal from here. And so if you're Miami, if you get the stop here, you're looking at about a minute left with the ball with no timeouts, down either 8 or maybe more.
And they've shown an ability to throw the ball down the field and get some big plays. Cade McDonald, namely, as well as Reggie Virgil in this game, have both caught some deep passes for Miami. It's going to have to be an entire drive of that if they want a chance to win this game, but it starts with getting this stop here and then hopefully making a play on special teams in order to either receive the punt successfully and make sure that you're able to maintain possession, or at least get after a kicker on an attempted field goal and try and influence that in any way possible. But Cincinnati in a great position to win this one, and it's really been Corey Kiner who's gotten them to this point in the second half.
Absolutely. Kiner, 20 attempts, 122 yards and a touchdown, and delivered the dagger run on 3rd down that cracked for 40 yards for the Bearcats. Put Miami in this precarious position. Clock reset up to 1:51, 3rd down and 7 for Cincinnati. Kiner in the backfield, out of the gun, gets the handoff, and Kiner still on his feet, working towards the 30, but finally put on the ground at the 32-yard line. Play clock will start, and it will expire with about a minute and 3 seconds left. 4th down and 3. Also, think about the prospect here if you're Cincinnati. Do you go for this here?
It's an interesting prospect, certainly with the ability to let the time roll.
Cincinnati,
it's kind of in no man's land right now, the ball.
Yeah, Cincinnati, regardless of what they do, they're not going to do it right now, it appears. They're going to let the play clock run down and call timeout.
And you're pretty much within field goal range. Certainly, they were able to hit one from much further earlier on in this game. If you want to go that route, this would be another long one, though.
49 would be this time around. Again, Nathan Hawks, who again was not listed as the field goal kicker for this week on the depth chart. He's been the kickoff guy since the midway mark of last year. But attempting the field goals today, and not a bad way to attempt your first field goal in Division I, knocking through a 55-yarder. Cincinnati calls timeout with a minute and 3 seconds left. Miami out of timeouts. Bearcats still with 2. Ball is right in the middle of the field. Wind has been at the back of teams moving right to left all game long, but now, Addison, it's kind of shifted over the last 10 minutes or so to a right to left wind that might influence this, but Cincinnati's still going to go for the field goal try. And it will be Hawks.
I would not be surprised to see Miami try and put a lot of pressure on this kick, maybe have it go the other way on a block.
RedHawks did it last year to force overtime from 50 yards out. The snap is down, the kick is up, and it is good. Nathan Hawks drains it. His second kick from 50-plus today. Clock to 59 seconds, but that'll pretty much put the fork in the RedHawks. 27-16 now the score. Cincinnati goes up 2 possessions in Miami with no timeouts.
And special teams, once again, proving to be a huge differentiator. Cincinnati able to really make a difference in this game on that side of the ball. 2 long field goals executed well. And then that muffed punt by Miami Alec Bevelheimer not able to handle the snap, which ended up leading to a touchdown on the play directly after for Cincinnati. You got to be thinking that special teams is going to be a big conversation for this Miami team, who's really just not been able to establish any sort of advantages, not any of the advantages that they were able to establish in previous years on that phase of the game. And it's certainly come back to hurt them quite a few times this year, and especially in this game.
And you just feel a little disappointed because when you look at the scope of this rivalry and the Cincinnati win streak, you perhaps could not have caught Cincinnati just talent-wise last year and this year on more of a down and Miami on more of an up. You'd think the last couple years are probably the best Miami's matched up athletically with UC in the last 2 to 3 decades for sure. But just not the case today. It's a squib kick end over end received by Kevin Davis at his own 10-yard line, and Davis will shimmy his way beyond the 20 and go down at the 24-yard line. 54 seconds remain, no timeouts for Miami. Down 27 to 16. The Bearcats looking primed and ready to take the victory bell back to Clifton, where it'll be the home for the next 2 years now. 17 of 18 meetings now taken by the Bearcats in recent history. 5 wide for Brett Gabbert. 3 to the left, 2 to the right. Gabbert's going to have to take shots. Cincinnati's got 3 high safeties as Gabbert takes the snap. Pressure coming off the edge. Gabbert in trouble. Rolling to the far side. Gabbert being pursued. Throws and catch. Complete to the far side of the field for Javon Tracy. Put out of bounds with 46 seconds to go after a 7-yard pickup. Well, that's a win at this point if you're the Bearcats, up 2 scores. Clock does stop for Miami. They'll have a chance to make some personnel changes. And Miami's going to bring on the backup quarterback, Henry Hessen.
You're seeing Gabbert get flushed out of the pocket like that. Chuck Martin not trying to see his star quarterback go down. And clearly some frustration from Gabbert walking off the field.
Yeah, he's not happy. But Henry Hessen, the backup, will take the snap and now step up facing pressure. Hessen throws complete to the near side and swung down. It's Virgil to the 39-yard line. He got out of bounds. Or rather, it's announced over the PA as Downing. I believe that was indeed Virgil. I could be mistaken, however. But 38 seconds remaining, and Hessen will take the snap with 5 wide. Hessen sets his feet and throws, just low and incomplete. Pretty simple throw there, but just dropped it at the feet of Javon Tracy. It's an incomplete pass with 34 seconds left to go in this one.
And if you're Cincinnati, this is a big momentum win for this program, coming off what was an embarrassing collapse against Pitt last week. And coming into somewhat hostile environment here in Oxford against one of your biggest rivals and coming out with a 2-score victory. And they certainly dominated the second half of this game physically in a lot of ways. You can tell that they were able to wear down this Miami team on both sides of the football. They just didn't have enough juice to get them across the finish line, despite putting themselves in quite a few spots where they would have had a chance to turn this game around. But just some crucial mistakes that Cincinnati was able to take advantage of ended up being the difference in this one.
Hessen back to throw, dumps it off underneath, caught by Kevin Davis, juking back and forth across midfield. Davis is dragged down at the 46-yard line of Cincinnati, but still in bounds. Clock will start moving on the chain reset. 21 seconds remaining in this one. Pickup of 11 from Davis, and the clock moving once again. Miami lined up. Hessen gets a shotgun snap. Stepping up in the pocket, Hessen leaps and throws, and into the bench, incomplete. He threw it away. With 12 seconds left on this Yager Stadium clock. Looking ahead for Miami, things are going to get much more difficult even than this game coming up next week, as Miami will head to South Bend to take on a hungry Notre Dame team, fresh off their loss to Mid-American Conference rival Northern Illinois of these Miami RedHawks. Hessen back to throw with 9 seconds left to go. He'll take off and run, and Hessen will slide, and that will do it for this game as time will run out. Not in the cards this year, one of the biggest games at Yager Stadium, and unfortunately for Miami, the RedHawks just did not have it in them this season. And Cincinnati will pour onto the Miami sideline to salute the Bearcat fans that have made the hour trip down to Clifton. They have stuck it out. Victory bell is headed back to Cincinnati, 27-16, the final score, with the Bearcats taking down Miami for the 17th time in 18 years. No streak for the RedHawks. And Addison, just a rough game for Miami from the start. You march right down the field after saying, we'll take the ball. You throw a pick in the end zone, and at that point, you got a little worried for this Miami team. They showed some pretty significant fight, had a chance to tie the game, play in the end zone with just a couple minutes left to potentially score the tying touchdown, and the RedHawks were unable to connect with it. Just a Miami team that feels like they're still getting their feet under them despite the talent, something that last year with the schedule they had was a little easier to do. This year, not the case at all.
And they really are in both of these games that they've lost so far in this season. A few plays that really kind of forced the momentum away from them and in favor of their opponent early on. And I mean, if you look at the box score, encouraging things for Miami: 356 yards through the air in this one, 340 from Brett Gabbert. But they have absolutely no run game to be scared of if you're an opponent. They've not been able to get any sort of push on the offensive line, open up any holes for their tailbacks, and that really cost them in this game. When Cincinnati was able to get pressure and make Brett Gabbert uncomfortable, there was no way for Miami to go to try and establish any sort of ground game in order to stifle this Cincinnati defense, and that ended up being a big difference in this one.
Absolutely. The fortunate news for Miami is that your arch rival is not a conference team. Still a lot on the table for this RedHawk team to win. They still will head into MAC play in a couple weeks as the favorites to repeat as champions of the Mid-American Conference. Miami will be at Notre Dame coming up next week. That's going to be a fun one. And the RedHawks will return home in 2 weeks' time to take on future conference opponent. Believe it or not, the UMass Minutemen will be in town. Frequent opponents of these Miami RedHawks in non-conference play. They'll be members of the MAC coming up next year. Next week, 3:30 p.m. is our kickoff time in South Bend at the historic Notre Dame Stadium. Should be a fun one between the RedHawks and the Fighting Irish as Miami still searches for that first win. We will be there. We'll have coverage for you on Red Hawk Radio as always. Kickoff show starts at 2:30 Eastern, 3 o'clock pregame, and we will have the call for you at 3:30 p.m. between Miami and Notre Dame. For Addison, Lenhart, I'm Luke Poley. That'll wrap things up on the battle for the victory bell for us. We thank you so much for tuning in this year to this storied rivalry. Be back in a couple of years for it from Paycor Stadium, and hopefully for many years to come after that, should the rivalry be renewed. Final score, UC 27 and Miami 16 on the other side of the break. Andrew Relvas, Jeff Middleton get you wrapped up on this one. Preview next week's action between the RedHawks and the Fighting Irish. That's next on Red Hawk Radio postgame after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the Red Hawk Radio postgame show. Final score 27-16, Cincinnati on top of Miami. It was a full effort from the Bearcats. They came ready to play here in Oxford. They led 10-3 at half, and they put up 17 in the second half to take care of business over their rivals, the Miami RedHawks. My name is Andrew Relvas, joined alongside Jeff Middleton, and Jeff. RedHawks just fall short, but they brought their everything and just fell short against a Big 12 team.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, it's a really tough loss. I mean, you're on your home turf, and it's just your arch rival coming in. They have a bunch of fans here. They've got their marching band, and yeah, it's a tough one to swallow. I mean, we saw Brett Gabbert come off the field, clearly, visibly upset with, I think, both himself and just the end result. I mean, but at the end of the day, Miami had their chances, and they didn't convert on a couple of them. There was, at the end, there was what looked to be pass interference, and then the refs ended up picking up the flags, and that's just how the game went. And there were a couple chances that they had. They didn't convert on a 2-point conversion, and that's going to lose you games. I mean, all things considered, the offense didn't look that bad, at least in the air. The rushing yards, the difference between those two, it was just stark, to say the least. 215 for the Bearcats and 24 for the RedHawks, and you're never going to win with only 24 rushing yards. And Brett Gabbert had a day, 356 passing yards to 186 for the Bearcats. I mean, that's just, you can't ask for anything more. And the Bearcats did a great job at stifling the run. Credit to them, but it's just that's never going to win you games, and it's a tough result.
The totals for both teams for Miami, Brett Gabbert, like Jeff just mentioned, 23 for 35, 356 in the air, 339 in the air, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Rushing yards, Miami only had 24 total rushing yards. That is abysmal. They've got to pick that up. In terms of receiving, I mean, you want to talk about a positive. Cade McDonald, 8 receptions for 135 yards and a touchdown. When in doubt, throw it to Cade McDonald and he'll catch it, and it just felt like that was the theme all game long.
Yeah, and I mean, that last drive that Miami had their chance to score and to tie the game, it ended up coming down to Cade McDonald, and Cade McDonald made a huge play to get down into the red zone, and then literally the next play, Gabbert targeted him again. It was just a bit out, and then the next couple plays go by, and then on the 4th and 4, instead of going for the first down, a few yards ahead, he aims for Cade McDonald in the end zone again, and that's when the pass interference fake out happened, and that's just how it goes. But Cade McDonald had an incredible game today. Reggie Virgil, 3 receptions, 77 yards, had a huge catch down the stretch, and those two guys were really fantastic and super impactful today. So a bright future, of course, but at the end of the day, it's just a couple plays here and there that really set the RedHawks back. Especially, when you look back at the game as an entirety, that dropped punt really set the tone. I mean, yes, they lost by 2 scores, but they were down by only a touchdown. It would have been a tie game had they not dropped that. I mean, who knows what happens after that? But had they not dropped that punt, a mistake that's easily preventable, this could have looked completely different.
You always want to play the if game if you're a RedHawks fan. I mean, if this happened, something else could have happened, but unfortunately that's not how it played out. Listen, the RedHawks open up the year on the road at a Big Ten team. They come home, they face a Big 12 team. Next week they're going to face off against Notre Dame. They were underdogs in obviously all 3 of those games, but the fact that they've competed, I don't want to give them a moral victory, but it feels like you almost have to, the scrappy underdog fighting for life in all these games, and they came up just short against the Cincinnati Bearcats. But there's going to be one more matchup in 2026 at Paycor Stadium. That's going to be an electric atmosphere, and that will definitely be highly anticipated.
Yeah, and I think that, like you said, Andrew, nobody wants moral victories. I mean, I'm sure once you go to, if we go talk to Chuck Martin right now, moral victories are not what he's focused on. I'm sure he's going to be proud of his guys for the fight that they showed, but I'm sure he knows that there are mistakes that need to be corrected, especially, next week it's going to be a big test. There's going to be a fair amount of Miami fans there, I think, from what I've heard and what I've seen. But, I mean, you're walking into a really, really loud stadium with a bunch of fans that stay all through the game, win or lose, cheer as loud as they possibly can. I mean, this Notre Dame football team is very, very good. It's going to be the toughest opponent that Miami's going to face likely all year. And they really need to play perfect football next weekend. And today was less than perfect. Not saying that they didn't have their bright spots, but today was less than perfect. And today's offense, 16 points, is never going to get it done against any team in these Power 5 conferences.
The next game will be a week from today at 3:30 in South Bend. The RedHawks versus the Fighting Irish. That'll be must-watch TV in South Bend. We'll have the call for you on the road. The next home game will be on the 28th versus the UMass Minutemen, soon to be a MAC team in the near future. That'll be our next home broadcast in 2 weeks at home at 12 o'clock. Thanks so much for tuning in. Final score 27-16. Miami falls to the Cincinnati Bearcats. Thanks so much for tuning in and spending your Saturday with us. My name is Andrew Relvas, joined alongside Jeff Middleton, signing off. And we hope you have a great rest of your weekend here in Oxford.